everyone, and welcome back to the stream. I hope you guys are doing well and having a wonderful day. Welcome in, Picky Bit. Congratulations on redeeming first, and also welcome in, J Train, and hello, Brennan. I hope you guys are doing well. Um, Today we are getting back to our life beginning and always. I think we have one more moment to play through in the adolescent stage, and then we get to move on to being older than 13 years old. So that'll be fun. Hello Mel, how are things? Things are going okay for me. My cat, I don't know what's going on with him, but he is extra soft today. I might have been petting my cat a lot today. Um Welcome in, Nico. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Um I don't really have a whole lot of things to say before we get started. Uh I feel like I am forgetting something, but I don't know what I might be forgetting. So, I think we could just, at the very least, go ahead and turn on the music for the game. Also doing great. Stop Killing Games reached 1 million signatures. Yo, that's sick! I saw about that recently. That's very exciting. How are you? I'm doing pretty well. Thank you for asking. I think I have cat hair stuck on my face. Anyway, gotta take every chance to pet the cat when they let you. Absolutely. He's been so he goes through these phases during the day. By the time I wake up in the morning, he's all over the place, bouncing off the walls if he's not sitting outside watching birds. And by lunchtime, he is in napping mode for most of the day. And he loves to get pets when he's in napping mode, and it's so nice. Which, he was back here, but I think he left. Anyway, let's go ahead and start playing the game. I don't know why I feel like I'm forgetting something, but if it's important enough, it will come back to me. Not the road trip. Okay. Let's play through the road trip. Even though you were awake, the sun had barely peeked its head above the horizon, and the sky above was still dark, though lightening by the minute. Usually you wouldn't be up so early, especially during summer vacation, but today was different. Today, instead of the lazy days you were used to, everything around you was a flurry of activity as both your family and Coves prepared for what lay ahead. Not the dual family road trip. I've done this once. My mom had a friend from high school who was we did a dual family road trip to a zoo, which was kind of silly because we didn't even go to the zoo that was the closest or the best zoo to go to. My mom's friend picked out the zoo because it had really good playgrounds. But it was not the better zoo that we could have driven to, which I think was funny. Think you missed last stream? Was there anything major missed? When you say last stream, do you mean Tuesday or last Thursday? Because Tuesday we were playing Dragon Age Inquisition. Unrelated viewing to what we're playing tonight. But last week we just played through some of the moments. It's very, very clear to everyone that our character and Cove are really into each other. Cove asked his parents if we could spend the night, and they said, we'll have to ask their parents and do this at a different time. Thursday, the last visual novel one. Okay, yeah. Let's see, what were some other high notes? Oh, Cove, I don't know how regularly is regular, but there's been at least twice now that Cove sneaks into our room at night through the window. Also, we found out both us and our sister were adopted and our biological parents are deceased. So that was, I guess, a lore bombshell moment. Dumb thought, I hate my hometown so much I probably couldn't love my childhood best friend. Don't care how cute they are. That's fair, Barmy. That's fair, I guess. I've moved around quite a bit throughout my life. So I don't know if I could love a childhood best friend. I don't speak to anyone from my childhood aside from like my immediate my family, I guess. Oh, got it? Yeah, that was kind of the vibe. I can't think of anything else that was like super need to know from last Thursday other than just everyone knows that we're into Cove, and Cove is not subtle about being into us. Okay. Because parked in the street just outside your house was a massive RV camper, so big you couldn't even see Cove's house behind it. So we're all gonna be in an RV camper together? That's wild. A lot of chatting again, I'd assume. Yeah, we do that a lot, don't we? I'm trying not to ignore the game as much. Because I am very excited to no longer be a child in this game. His parents had rented the RV for a few days to take him on a short road trip to see Redwood National Park. You glanced at Cove, who was standing nearby, taking in the scene in front of him. The prospect of the trip had to be a mixed bag for him, but it was only 3 days, so it seemed he was dealing with it as best he could. Oh! Okay. I feel like I was making fun of Cove for how he reacted when he found out that, like, the summer wasn't going as according to plan because his mom was coming to visit instead of him going to visit. I fear I need to apologize to Cove. I couldn't say this last week because I didn't want my cousins to hear it, but I fear I would have to apologize to Cove because I did have a little internal crash out when, last minute plans were sprung on me last weekend. So, Cove, real as hell for that. I fear I cannot make fun of this child. I needed to get that off of my conscience. Sounds like a nightmare, everyone in one vehicle. Luckily, we are the youngest people involved in this. But yeah, we'll see. I don't know. Everyone's pretty chill, so maybe it'll be fine. We know it's going to be a yapping stream. Hey, if there's one thing about me, it's that I do love to yap. Especially now that you and your family were joining them, that is a lot of people. You weren't sure how exactly it had happened. You knew your parents and Cove spoke to each other often, and somewhere along the way, plans were made after Cliff offered to share the space. The parents all thought it was a fantastic idea. Okay. You had already gotten a good look inside while helping to load everything in, and you had to admit that while it was a really big car, fitting that many people inside was going to be snug. Great. Move it or lose it, kiddo. Mom bustled past with a cooler in one hand and a large bottle of water under the other. She was upbeat for this early in the morning. She does seem like she would be a morning person. Ma, however, seemed to be on the other side of the wavelength. She followed behind her wife, dragging her feet on every step. Going to need a whole jug of coffee once we hit the road. Real as hell. You could relate. It was too early. You yawned and rubbed at your eyes, still sleepy from the early morning wake-up call. The air outside was still damp from dew, and that helped make you a bit more alert. And then, at the end of the chain, came your sister. She had a bone to pick before the trip officially started. Her rattling off critiques added some level of normalcy to everything new going on. Ugh. I don't get why I can't sleep in the bed tonight. Mel is the youngest, and I'll never fall asleep in that loft. Oh. Why is she in the loft, then? We're trying to make things fair on everyone. If you want to play the older card, you should be offering to take the loft both nights. It's important for big siblings to make sacrifices for their younger ones. Not in my house. Hopefully you don't end up hating each other by the end of the car ride. No, because I literally saw a TikTok an hour ago about, I guess do you guys, like, randomly get TikToks about friend groups falling apart on, like, big, like, group road trips or, like, big travel things? Because I saw one today of, like, their caption was the friendship made it out of the country but didn't make it back. And it's like, oh, not you guys going on a trip together, no longer being friends. And every single time, the comments are full of people being like, you never really know someone until you travel with them. I don't know. I don't get it. Are you really that different when you travel? That's kind of wild to me. Hopefully Cove and I don't have that sort of arc lined up for us. Elizabeth huffed, not happy with that answer in the slightest, and folded her arms, leaning back against the side of the RV. The trip plans had been nailed down prior, the sleeping arrangements included. Elizabeth still held on to her objections with them. There was a main area of the RV with a couch, a loft, and some floor space. At the end of the car was a room with a large bed. Your moms were sharing the bed. Kyra was on the couch, and father and son intended to sleep on the floor. The adults determined you and Elizabeth would switch between the small loft above the driver's seat and sharing the bed with moms. Okay, that makes sense. That's too many people in one vehicle. Sitting thigh to thigh with people for hours can change a person. I don't know. Can it? Does it really? Because, and okay, I guess it's different if it's like siblings that you live with on the day-to-day. But my siblings were the same people in the car, on the trip, and at home. Like, I don't know. And I've traveled with friends before, and it's like, it's the same. I don't know if it's different if you're going like on a bigger trip or not. I don't know. Had that happened before, though in that case, I think the group had just grown apart and the group trips were the only times we were meeting up. That is fair. I think that's a little different. That's not like the trip tearing the group apart kind of thing. That's just a natural progression of people drifting apart. If it's a best friend, that's crazy. That's what I'm saying, Picky. Because, like, I see a lot of TikToks where it's like, wow, we were besties and then we went on a trip together. And it's like, what do you mean? I've gone on trips with my besties. I have a group of friends where I almost exclusively see them on, like, their big trips. It's not really a big trip, but, like, a whole event. My friend group conventions and Ren fairs are kind of like a whole event for at least half of the group because it is like a 6-hour car drive for them. So, I don't know if that counts. You were fine with the arrangements. You thought it was unfair that Cove had to sleep on the floor, but like, where the fuck else are they gonna sleep? I don't see any other way to sort this arrangement. Yeah, we're fine. As long as you had a place to rest your head of some description, it didn't bother you. Alright, you lot, does everyone have everything they need? We're heading out in 5 minutes. Now that's time to double check. Don't want to forget something important. Do we have our Nintendo Switch? I don't know why. I always have to bring my Switch with me everywhere I go, like if it's an overnight trip. 99% of the time, it never comes out of the bag. Never even gets turned on. But I still feel like I have to have it. And I don't know why. Yep, same. Brennan, you make me feel so much better. So a couple of my friends also do the same thing, or they used to, but I think now they've started leaving the Switch at home. Although Monty gets a pass because half of the time he does turn his Switch on and like play a game, or he uses it to like compete. So I don't know. Same with my Tad Cressy 3DS. No, Barmy, me too. That 3DS, I will not touch it for 6 months, but you best believe it is coming with me on the trip. I'm going to my parents tomorrow for the weekend because it's my dad's birthday weekend. And the Switch and the 3DS are going to be holding hands in my suitcase. Am I going to play them? Absolutely not, because I'm also bringing a book and my crochet project. Am I still gonna bring them? Yeah. I was away for 10 whole days and used it a total of maybe 1 hour. I don't know what it is about, like, feeling like I need to have all of these things with me that I know I'm not going to use. Because, like, whenever I go to my parents, it's like, I'll bring a book, I'll bring I'll bring 3 books. Hell, it depends on what's going on. I'll bring like so many things for me to do while I'm there, knowing full well if I'm lucky, I'll do like 1 of them. I knew I wouldn't use it too. That's so fair. Dove, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing well. These days, I'm more likely to bring a book on a trip than a Switch, and that is so fair, J-Train. I have been doing a lot better about reading more this year, and I have done a fiscally irresponsible thing in the sense that I had a book that I had been barely reading for like at least a year, but I'd seen the show for it already, so I knew I liked the series. And so they've been coming out with like a special edition hardback cover with like really pretty like artwork on the sides of the pages. And I bought it. A second copy of this book I still have not finished, but the prettier version is really, really good at motivating me to read more. So that's fun. Not me as a moderator calling out the lurkers. I'm about to go AFK. Rest in peace. If any, like, I don't know if it's lurker friendly, but if anyone ever does like the channel redeems, I will say hello, but you guys are never obligated to respond to me. I'm existing. How are you? You know what? That's fair. I'm glad you are existing, Dove. Personally, I'm doing pretty well. My cat's been extra cute this week, so that's been nice. 'Cause emotion equals excitement. Real as hell, Brennan. It's not optional, the book you never read, or the sketchpad wants to ride with us. No, truly. Maybe I will actually play my Switch a little bit, because I've been bit with the Animal Crossing bug again. I've been watching a lot of Animal Crossing videos on YouTube lately, and it's got me like wanting to play again. And New Horizons is just the most comfortable for me to play controls wise. I have New Leaf and I have Wild World. I do not like playing Wild World. I didn't grow up with it, so it was like new to me in a post New Leaf world, because I did get it before New Horizons came out. And it just feels really clunky compared to New Leaf, but then New Leaf feels a little clunky controls wise compared to New Horizons. And I hate how little inventory space there is. So if I'm playing just to like play, it's New Horizons all day, unless I'm like doing some fuck shit with my mods, because my 3DS is modded. And one more spiel, and then I'll get back to the game. I found a plugin for I think you can only use it if your 3DS is modded, although I think any sort of modding Animal Crossing requires a modded 3DS. I found a plugin that basically makes it to where I can mod my game and change my map and like spawn items in New Leaf without having to like export my save file and use the save editor like on a computer. And that helps me a lot because I have a hard time visualizing what I'm placing with the save editor. So that plugin was really cool. I don't remember what it's called because it's been a little while since I've used it, but if anyone like wants it, just ask me in the Discord and I can look that information up for you, because I have tabs of it like for the use cases, because it's a little complicated to use, like those certain control combos to do things. So I have like tabs always open on my laptop, so like bookmarked, so that I can, when I do get back to it, I don't have to go searching for it. Anyway, we gotta get on this road trip. At the word, Elizabeth yelped and dashed back into the house, her bedhead hair bouncing behind her as she went. Ma came over and gave you a smile, setting her hands on her hips. How about you, Mel? Do you have all your clothes packed? Toiletries, deodorant, floss, anything else you can think of? We've got it all. I know how to pack. Wanting to make sure everything was organized and ready to go, you had packed the night before and set your alarm too. Yep, I'm good. That's great. We'll have to wait for the ones who weren't as organized, but we'll be heading off shortly. With a few minutes left to spare before leaving, you mentally went over what you had packed for the trip. Clothes, a pillow, and blanket, usual day-to-day gear for most people. You also had more personal things, such as a portable gaming console, absolutely. The drive to Redwood National Park would take an entire day one way, so you wanted to make sure you had a way to entertain yourself while traveling there and back. Your favorite stuffed animal? Without fail, it always made you feel more comfortable whenever you went somewhere new. It was like taking a little piece of home away with you. Pencils and paper. You had to be prepared in case you saw something to sketch at the park. Or if you had to write anything down, or if you needed to pass time just doodling. An MP3 player with headphones, I fear, would be necessary on a trip like this. With so much time going to be spent driving in a car, you wanted to make sure you'd be able to have some music to put on. And our camera. It was just a little pocket camera you'd gotten from your mom's, but you couldn't miss the opportunity to take some new snaps. And that was everything. Hey, let me take that for you, Mel. I'll stow it in the RV. There's a few spots left it'll fit. You let Kyra take your bag and gave her a grateful smile. With nothing left to do, you watched the others getting ready for the trip. Kyra and Cliff seemed to have the most energy of anyone. They were finishing packing the suitcases away while your moms had gone to lock up the house. They high-fived whenever another one got crammed into the storage compartments of the vehicle. Even though your own parents were more low-key than Coves, you could tell they were both excited for the trip. It had been a while since your family had been away anywhere together. Elizabeth skipped towards the RV, a bag slung over her shoulder, and you were surprised to see she seemed more optimistic about the whole ordeal now. Usually she wasn't one to exit the confines of her room unless it was for TV or food, or to leave her family behind to be with friends. You would have thought 3 whole days packed in an RV with 6 other... That's... When you put the numbers out like that, that's too many people. With 6 others would be too much for her, but it was a nice surprise. You supposed any vacation was better than no vacation in her mind. Cove had been pretty quiet so far, and more than anything, seemed to be overwhelmed by the situation. Yeah, no, that's fair. How long is the trip? The RV is probably going to smell like farts by the end of the trip. So, we know just driving time alone is 1 day, one way. So at least 2 days of driving. You're probably going to spend at least a couple days there. I would hope. It depends on how crazy these guys are, but a few days at the very least. We were excited for the trip. Yeah. It was a great way to get away. It was great to get away and explore new places. Soon the miscellaneous remaining tasks had all been wrapped up. Everyone piled into the RV. It was officially time for the trip to start. And it did. Cliff took the first shift driving. He cautiously navigated the massive car out of the narrow neighborhood streets. It was touch and go for the first part of the journey. Your moms and Kyra were all huddled at the front, trying to get a view of how much space they had on each side. There was a sense of relief when the first long leg of the trip was hit, and the RV would only need to go down one stretch of highway for miles. The mom group cleared out of the driver's area, leaving Cove's dad to it, taking more comfortable seats around the main cabin. You felt like you could finally relax now, too. Time slipped by as morning faded away. Before you realized it, the engine of the RV came to a stop, but only halted for a few moments as Cliff climbed out from the driver's seat and Mom took over. Ma was sitting shotgun, giving Mom a quick tutorial on the controls, as it was her first time driving anything this large. Cliff groaned as he headed towards the rest of you, stretching his arms above his head and loosening up his muscles. We're making good progress. Good for them. Yeah, maybe you should take a nap in the back for a while. That was a long haul you just did, and I know you're on less sleep than usual. Cliff waved a hand, that trademark grin of his slipping into place.
Nah.
I don't need sleep. I've still got a few miles in the old tank. He flexed an arm, showing off his muscles to drive the point about how resilient he was. how resilient he was home, and Kyra rolled her eyes in amusement. Dad, everybody has to sleep. Cove groaned at the tough guy act, though Cliff simply chuckled and ruffled his son's hair.
So?
Are you going to be driving again anytime soon, Mr. Holden? I want to know so I can prepare. That's crazy. Did anyone pack some rope? I might need it. There's no seatbelts up here. Was it that bad? Elizabeth called down from where she was lounging in the loft above the driving compartment. She was laying on her back, her hair falling over the side and swinging around as the RV started up again and took off down the road. A bag of potato chips was balanced on Elizabeth's stomach, and she tossed a couple in her mouth right as Cliff held a hand to his chest, pretending to be offended by the remark. Kyra laughed lightheartedly.
Don't worry about that.
Lucky for all of us, we have enough adults to cover the shifts today. He won't be driving again until tomorrow. So they're at least taking 2 days to drive, which is probably smart. I don't know. What does tomorrow mean for them? It's not his driving I'm worried about. Who are we worried about? We're just gonna stay quiet. He didn't have anything to add to the conversation, but it was pretty funny all the same. Mom then shouted back in her seat to join the conversation, a playful smile tilting her lips. What I'm more worried about is this old monster getting us there and back again before falling apart. It looks as though it was built in the early 90s. It must be older than some of the occupants. That's just the aesthetic of the decor. It's not that old. I think. Did you ask what year the model was before you rented it? Kyra wrinkled her nose in thought.
Hey!
Yes, I did! I just can't remember what the answer was. Oh, great. Cliff chuckled at her while the rest of you let out a collective sigh. The RV lurched a little as it picked up speed, and you held onto the ladder to the loft to keep your balance. You felt something graze the top of your head before a weight settled on your green hair. I forgot we had green hair. When you tilted your chin up carefully to look, you heard the rustling of the bag of chips and realized Elizabeth had rested the end of it on your head. She gestured to the opening, silently offering to share her snack. We'll take a handful. Reaching up, you scooped up some chips. After that, the weight of the packet left your scalp. You happily munched away as the conversation continued on, and you got closer and closer to your destination. The day flew by, with the group of you chatting, playing games, and passing the time together before finally arriving at the park and setting up for the night. Dog, we're in an RV. What was all that whining about prepping for a road trip? Listen, that's still a big trip. They drove for an entire day. Mom was closing the windows while everyone got ready for bed, saying goodnight to the others as she made her way to the back room. You had all had dinner together while still driving, and some hours after had arrived at your destination and found a spot to park in for the rest of your stay. I thought we were packing into a sedan. No, this has legroom. This has legroom, but we're also like 7 people sleeping in an RV that was not built to sleep 7 people. But I guess they're gonna make it work. Giving a look across the front of the RV, you noticed almost everyone there was already dozing off where they were, with Cove having completely fallen asleep curled up in the passenger seat. He must have done so while Kyra was driving the last leg, and they had decided not to disturb him. Kyra herself was the only one up there who was still awake, flipping through a magazine next to a portable light from her spot on the couch. It seemed Mr. Holden needed to sleep despite his claims. You followed your moms into the back room and closed the door behind you before crawling onto the bed between them. It was a queen-size bed, so there was enough space for the 3 of you together without too much squishing.
Good night.
Get a good rest, Mel. We've got a big day ahead of us tomorrow.
That's fantastic.
I'm looking forward to the bushwalk in the morning. It's been a long time since I was out in nature like this. There will be plenty for us to see. You stayed awake for a little while longer while your moms whispered about the park and forest in general. With the sound of their voices in the background, eventually you nodded off to sleep. The next morning, you were up bright and early, preparing for the day ahead. It does not look like it's morning yet. You slept well. Yeah, you fell asleep before you knew it and had woken up rested. Ma whined a bit about the firmness of the mattress, but Mom had only encouraged her to enjoy the trip while she could. While looking for a spot to get ready, you had some trouble finding a space of your own as the others were doing the same thing. Cove was perched on top of the counter, brushing his hair and tucking up his legs every time someone wanted to move past. The parents were checking, double-checking, and triple-checking that you had everything, to the point where you had stopped listening to them altogether. You knew you wouldn't be returning to the RV at all that day, but by the look of the backpacks that were packed up and ready to go, you doubted anything was missing from them. It didn't take much longer until you all exited the RV in a bustle and headed into Redwood National Park.
Wow.
He said it for us. Cove had his head tilted up towards the canopy of trees, his eyes wide as he took in the massive trunks on either side of you. You knew that the redwood trees here were considered the tallest trees on Earth, but you weren't prepared for exactly how huge they would be in person.
Come on.
Smile, you two! You spun just in time for Kyra to snap a picture of you and Cove together, before she pointed her camera at Cliff, trying to get a shot despite his weak protests that she should just enjoy the moment. I don't think I've ever seen redwood trees in real life. I don't think I have. Anyway, your parents were walking behind the group a little, with Mom telling Ma some information she had read about the park in a brochure. Ma listened happily while looking around and taking in the sights, every now and then asking a question or making a joke about something Mom had said. You smiled at them, thinking your mom must have read a lot of pamphlets to know so much about the park. Maybe you should come and work here as a tour guide if you know so much about the place. Damn, that's crazy. Being forced to smile for a picture is the worst. I fear that is a canon event for every 13-year-old. It has to be. Elizabeth teased, earning a squeeze on the nose from your mom. She seemed to be enjoying herself, but you thought that might just be because she was amused by everyone else's reactions. Also, thank you for the hydrate, Picky Pick. And the stretch. And the posture check. It's self-care hour now. You're fascinated by the sensation surrounding you. You were in awe of the redwood trees. I mean, if they're as big and massive as they're making them out to be, that is very cool. Surrounding you on either side, the enormous trees shot up into the sky, the sunlight peeking through their canopy and speckling the path in front of you. Is it bad that I'm almost 40 and I still hate smiling for pictures? J-Train, both of my parents are in their 50s and also hate smiling for pictures. It's just whatever you're comfortable with, I guess. And a lot of people are not that comfortable having their picture taken, or like having to pose and manipulate your face a certain way just for pictures. Baby here, I look like I'm in pain in photos. No, my nephew, it's really funny because when he's not thinking about it, it's fine, but when you're like, smile for the picture, and he is thinking about it, it's like I swear you can see his molars. And he like, pops his eyes out really wide, and it's, it's almost scary if he wasn't just like the sweetest little 7-year-old on the planet. Actually not true, no longer a young adult. Oh, rest in peace. No, I know a lot of people look like they're in pain in photos. We read this already. Okay. The sheer size of redwoods made you feel like a tiny ant bustling along through the forest. Are redwood trees, like... Those are... Hang on, I gotta look this up, because I'm, like, having vague memories. So one of the Minecraft YouTubers that I watch a lot is Good Times with Scar. And, I'm not doxing this man. This is a grown-ass man who has publicly said many times that he's from California. And he built some redwood trees on the current season of Hermitcraft. I feel like I might just need... Yeah. They are only in California. Okay. That's what I thought. I didn't want to, like, say it and just be making up facts over here. That's what I thought. I, like, vaguely remembered him saying something about that. Anyway, The adults had decided on some casual nature walks rather than any serious hiking, and you strolled along at your own pace, taking in the scenery. Elizabeth sped up a little, smirking at Cove as she fell into place between the two of you, and immediately you could tell by her expressions that she was going to say something taunting. Great. Can't believe our families are actually on vacation together. She threw her arms out, speaking with a genuine sense of bewilderment. Is it really that crazy? I would have joked about something like this happening, but now I'm not sure I want to give them any more ideas. Cove ignored her completely and continued walking along. Just watch. Next year they'll be talking about their next new amazing idea. She put on a fake voice deeper than her own. We should just sell both our houses and move in together. Think of how much we'd save on the mortgage. That is crazy. It was clear that Elizabeth was being sarcastic. Cove simply shook his head, not really bothered by her. You supposed he was used to it by this point. But seriously, they really do act like we're a single family just because we live across the street from each other. That's called having friends, Elizabeth. Elizabeth gave you and Cove a look, her eyes glinting with mischief as she leered at you. She's gonna make it weird.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we will be related. Legally, anyway. You've made it weird, Elizabeth. She said it as though she was a gossipy old lady. But she almost immediately dropped the tone and nonchalantly said her real thoughts. At least, that's what Ma thinks. That's crazy. Chat, does anyone's family actually talk like that when they're 13 years old? Actually, wait, never mind. My parents were like 13, 15 when they met. And they didn't date until their 20s, but they were like good friends throughout their teenage years. And while they were still good friends, when it was still like gross for my mom to think about dating my dad, her grandma did tell her that she was going to end up marrying him. And I'm glad that my great grandmother was right, because it means I get to exist. Crazy thing to say though, I think. Cove still blushed, which made Elizabeth smile triumphantly, as though that was her whole purpose for teasing him. This is crazy. Then he mumbled quietly, refusing to make eye contact with either of you. I don't know why you think you're so funny when no one else does. Damn. I would cry if someone said that to me. Well, this is embarrassing. Told her to cut it out already. You ignored Elizabeth. We'll just be embarrassed. That feels very accurate to 13 years old. Why did she always have to say things like that? It wasn't fun and she knew it. And no further replies, your sister walked ahead. You and Cove swapped uncomfortable looks. The day continued on with plenty to see and experience. You passed a few different activities that you would have liked to try out if you had the time, such as kayaking and rock climbing, but Ma said that would have to wait for another trip. There was a little stream during the walk that you sat beside and set out a picnic for lunch, nibbling on a selection of fruit, sandwiches, and chips. Various birds flew by overhead, and you made a game out of guessing the species that were hanging out in the trees nearby. You even managed to get a couple of them right, including the kingfisher that grabbed half of Cliff's sandwich. Not him getting mugged by a fish. That's what. They deadass drove an entire day to only spend one day there and then spend another day driving back. That's some shit my grandpa would do. I remember one time, Cove and Mel, don't go kayaking, you'll hit the bushes around the lake. Is this a cautionary tale, Picky Pick? I remember one time when I was in middle school, also around the same age as Cove and our main character here, I was at my grandparents' for spring break, and where I lived at the time was not within reasonable driving distance of a beach. but where my grandparents lived at the time was 6 hours away from a beach in South Carolina. And you know what we did? We got up early one morning, drove 6 hours to the beach, walked on the beach for an hour, and then my grandpa's like, all right, that was great. Let's get back in the truck and drive 6 hours back. Like, fucking insane. Fucking insane. My mom said he used to do shit like that all the time when they were growing up. I could never. Not of my own free will. It is a rest in peace. I think I've been kayaking once in my life, and I did not end up in the bushes, I can say. 12 hours for 10 minutes of beach time? No, literally. Literally, it was... It was definitely an experience. It was my first time ever being on a beach at that time. So, like, I was still glad to have gotten to go and, like, actually pick up shells for myself instead of just, like, having friends go to the beach during summer vacation and then they'll come back and, like, talk about it at school and, like, pass out seashells. It happened once. I might have made that up, but I feel like that really did happen once. But it was fucking crazy. When my family did move to Georgia, a few years later, we got to run it back, but, like, it was only a 45-minute drive. That sounds absolutely horrible, and they drove 12 hours just to spend an hour in South Carolina of all places. Yeah. No, that is exactly what happened. Oh, and one more detail that actually makes it worse. So, at the time, where I lived was an 8-hour drive from my grandparents' house. So we did this 12-hour round trip to the beach, like a day or two before we had to get in the car and do the 8-hour trip back to my parents' house. There was a lot of car time within, like, a 48-hour period. Anyway. I'm, like, survived it. I'm fine. This was so many fucking years ago. But, like, just all of it together is crazy that we did that. Like, what was going on? Why did we do that? You were glad you got to go do this in the end. Yeah, no, this trip sounds fun. Like, if I had to be stuck in an RV with 6 other people, I feel like our family in this game and Cove's family are relatively chill as fuck. And Cove's dad, I don't know if this is his genuine personality or if he is trying really, really hard to come off as, like, a really cool and laid back person. But, like, it seems like everything he does is really fucking chill. Like, by design. So, I feel like it wouldn't have been too terrible. It was definitely a special experience and one you'd remember for a long time to come. You smile to yourself, committing the sights and sounds to memory. Your group made it back to camp just as the sun was setting in the sky and the stars were appearing one by one. Are we stargazing? That's so fucking cute. Everyone had enjoyed different parts of it most. You traded stories of what you thought while you were eating dinner, then afterwards you pitched in to help clean up. You, along with Elizabeth and Cove, got to head back to the RV early and spend some time together while the parents stayed outside longer. They said, I'm tired of babysitting. Go somewhere else. It was nice to have the space to yourselves after the cramped journey there, and while Elizabeth had locked herself in the back room with her headphones, you and Cove were left in the main lounge area. Yeah, Elizabeth is peopled out. Okay, kids, 3-minute timer over. Hope time. Rest in peace. We'll hang out with Cove. We'll do that. That's like the whole point of this game. We might as well get comfortable. Who knows how long they'll be out for. You took a seat on the sofa while Cove sat down on the other end, tapping his fingers against his knees. Don't make it weird. Your cheeks warmed a little at that. Being close to him never failed to feel exciting. You'd seen Cove nearly every day for the past 5 years, but seeing him in a jacket was still somewhat unusual. In Southern California, he could get away with that. It was a simple difference from his normal style, yet you couldn't help noticing the way he looked right now. It looked great on him. You know what? Good for him. In fact, Cove always looked nice. When Cove cleared his throat, your eyes snapped to his. He had an eyebrow raised and had clearly caught you staring at him. I think there's a Hatsune Miku design with this exact shade of green for her hair. I need Cove to know that he looks kind of like Hatsune Miku. But based on the time period this game takes place in, I'm not so certain Hatsune Miku exists yet.
What?
Is everything okay? Are we gonna compliment him? I don't know. Would a 13-year-old unabashedly compliment the person they have a crush on? I don't know any 13-year-olds. I think lots of Mikus have that color. Yeah, like, I know standard basic Miku is more blue than green, but there are lots of Mikus with the more green as well. Why the hell not? We've been more forward with him before. It looks nice on you. Cove immediately blushed at the unexpected compliment. What? God forbid someone tries to give a man a compliment. He didn't say anything more than that one-word question. You decided to elaborate further. Oh, well, now this is weird. You know, I hardly ever see you wearing a jacket, especially in the summer.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I like wearing as few layers as possible. It's easier that way. Okay. I'd rather be cold than extra hot, and it's kind of a pain to carry extra clothes around. My parents made me bring this jacket. That's fair. I do love layers. I do love wearing layers. A 13-year-old in that time period would probably look away awkwardly. 13-year-olds are mean, but when you do get those cringe couples at all ages, especially younger years. That's wild. I would like to think a 13-year-old now is not all that different from a 13-year-old in this time period. Like, things that are weird and awkward are still going to be, like, then are still weird and awkward now. When it comes to, like, interpersonal relationships, I guess. I forgot 13. I think I was aspiring to get into competitive Smash. How did that go for you? I have a couple friends that, like, do competitive Smash every once in a while, at some of the conventions that we go to, but I don't think they do it too much anymore. But it seemed fun while they were doing it. What the fuck was I doing at 13? Oh. I'm sure this has come up on stream before, but I'm about to say something that makes so much fucking sense. When I was 13, I was having Twilight autism. I fear that might have been the start of the bricks that I was placing in my life to be very normal about Astarion and Baldur's Gate 3. Unfortunately, it's all connected. I think I also got into anime at 13. And I got into anime through a vampire series. I only had a 3DS and would freeze up against any human opponent. Oh, rest in peace! Rest in peace. I've never played against a human opponent on the 3DS, but I have played against humans on the Switch. But it's always been friends that also didn't really know how to play Smash that well. So it was very low pressure. I don't really know any 13-year-olds now. The only teenagers I know are the ones I work with, and they're all dorks. That's so fair. I also do not know any, like, the youngest person I know that has experienced the teenage years are, like, in their 20s. Okay, that's kind of a lie, because I did just see my 14-year-old cousin but I don't see him super often. I don't speak to him hardly ever, so like I just know of him. But to say I know how a 14-year-old today thinks is just factually not true. But I don't think humans change that much to where things that are like awkward at 13 20 years ago aren't still awkward. 13 was 13, the more I think of it, was a crazy year. Rest in peace. And that's just a really weird like age just in general. There's something about a lot of layers that makes me feel all snug and comfortable. Could not have said that better myself. Cove smiled lightly at you and nodded. I've noticed. Oh, okay. I forgot we could also be perceived. You perked up at hearing that. He noticed you too? Let's change the subject. I feel like that's accurate. Conversation had run its course. Instead, you asked Cove about what else he would have liked to do in the park if he had more time here. The two of you ended up chatting about various outdoor activities available. Kayaking, rock climbing, hiking, horseback riding, wildlife walks. There were so many things to potentially choose from. You made an agreement that if one of you ever had the chance to come back, you'd bring the other two. That way you could try it all together again. So I know the answer, realistically, is so that this game moment could be a single moment that wasn't like a million years long, and then in universe, probably like our parents could not get the days off to do more than what we did. Wild that they came up here just for one day. 13 is one of those years where you're discovering things in life. Yeah, and it's like, it's a transitional period for sure. Most of your teenage years are like a transitional period. Actually, a lot of years in your life are probably transitional periods. But like, that's just such a like a violent one, the transition from like early child. What are we counting as early childhood? The like pre-adolescent years into like puberty and all that is such a violent change. And like, I don't know, it's just a weird time. Your first year as a teen, yeah. Although like 12 and 13, not all that different for me from what I can remember. Not all that different. I'm trying to think of what grade I would have been in. I think that would have been 8th grade for me. Is the year I turned 13. Yeah, that checks out. So I guess it makes sense that for me, 12 and 13 are not all that different. But also, my birthday is kind of closer to the cutoff date in the US for like when you start kindergarten. So of the people in my grade, I was of the younger end, at least like where I grew up. So when I was 12, a lot of my friends were like turning 13. So maybe that is also why a lot of my like individual years blend together more, because it's like, I don't know. My family also just didn't make that big of a deal. Like, they didn't make it weird. Because I feel like some people make it weird when you start, like, going through puberty and growing up. It was just, like, a thing that happened in my household. The parents all arrived soon after, each of them climbing into the RV and finding some place to sit down and rest their legs. Elizabeth, having heard the commotion, came out from the room for the first time since arriving and joined you all. No, Elizabeth is real as hell for that. You spent the evening chatting and playing a few games, enjoying the last evening of the trip together. Bedtime arrived within the blink of an eye. As the group hunkered down for the night, your mom did a final round to be sure nothing had been left behind. That's, yep, me when we're packing up for the packing up the hotel room after the weekend at the anime convention. Because I feel like there's always one thing that gets forgotten, and then you, like, catch it on the way out. Remember turning 10 and getting told I was double digits, and something about how I would get wrinkles now? Thanks, miss. That's crazy. I do remember, like, not, like, making a big deal over the double digits, but also, like, wow, double digits kind of thing. I don't know. what was... I don't really remember turning 10. Like, I remember turning 10, but there was a lot of things going on in my life the year I turned 10. So, I don't know. I think yeah, I don't think anybody in my family was like, wow, getting up there in age. That's wild to say to a 10-year-old, though. But time arrived within... Oh, no, I've read that already. Okay. She explained that Cliff was going to start driving early in the morning, like on the first day, but would be letting everyone else in the group sleep. There wouldn't be a need for all of them to get up. Yeah, that's how I would do it as well if I were Cliff. Now was the time to check you hadn't left anything outside. You, as well as everyone else, were confident you had it all packed up inside the RV, which meant it was time to get some rest before the journey home tomorrow. Your moms and Elizabeth said goodnight, heading back to the room, while you climbed up the loft. Cove and his family got situated below in the previously set arrangement. You tried to get comfortable as a million thoughts were running through your mind. It was hard to believe that the trip was practically over, and before you knew it, you'd be back in your own bed at home. That's crazy. You enjoyed this mini adventure. The year I turned 10 was the year I first started watching wrestling. I love that for you. I was still very much, like, into a lot of the same things at 10 that I was into at, like, 8 and 9, from what I remember. I don't think I got any new, like, interests at 10 years old. Not that I can think of. Cause, like, in terms of, like, my interest, I was, like, interested in a lot of the same things growing up for most of my childhood. And then there's, like, a definitive start in middle school where, obviously there was, like, the Twilight phase that fucking everybody was going through when I was in middle school because it was the era of the time. And then anime. And that's just my, the timeline of my interests until you introduce Dan and Phil and YouTube in high school. I feel like 10 years old is a good time to start watching wrestling, though. Because, like, please correct me if I'm wrong. I have always been told that, like, WWE is more of, like, a show and a performance than it is, like, genuine wrestling. I do not know if there is, like, genuine wrestling televised, but also at 10 years old, unless you just have people in your life that hate joy and whimsy and fun, you probably didn't know that it was purely performance, which probably made it a very wild experience and very fun. Like, a lot more fun than, like, growing up and realizing, oh, it's just a performance. I have a lot of friends that are into wrestling, but I've never actually watched any. Like, I think the closest I've gotten is, like, whenever, like, kids shows in the 2010s would have, like, an episode where the characters, like, got into a wrestling match for whatever reason. Like, I remember there was an iCarly episode that was basically just a wrestling match. No, that was boxing. I feel like it's similar but different. I don't know. I do not know what the fuck I'm talking about. J-Chain's probably sitting there like, wow. It was short, that was for sure, but you got to see and do so much during your time here. All in all, it was a nice breakaway from home. The minutes ticked by silently. It didn't take long for the soft snores of Cliff, and Cliff would fucking snore. I don't know if we already knew that, but he does seem like the kind of guy that would snore. The soft snores of Cliff and Kyra drift up to you. They were asleep now. You wondered if Cove was still awake and decided to poke your head out from the loft to find out, and you blinked through the dark. Looking down the hall, you noticed Cove lying on his back, his eyes staring straight up at the ceiling. His seafoam hair was spread out on his sleeping bag. He must have felt you watching him because suddenly his eyes locked on yours. It was difficult to see much in the dim light, but you could make out the crooked smile on his face well enough. Good for them. Age 10, most kids are probably scared to walk down a hall alone and fear Slendy might grab them. No! Picky! So when I don't know if I've told this story like on the internet before, but when I was 9 years old, I think I've always been a little bit easily scared, especially when it comes to ghost stuff. Because I grew up with my mom watching those, like, TV shows that were basically, like, people telling, like, about their ghost experiences. And when I was 9 years old, I woke up in the middle of the night one night and, like, saw a dog in my room. Like, a big-ass glowing, like, golden retriever dog in my room. Which, you know, in hindsight, not that scary. At the time, I was terrified of dogs. We also did not have a dog. So, like, even if I wasn't scared of dogs, what the fuck is this dog doing in my room kind of vibe, you know? Definitely impacted the way I slept for far longer than it should have. And I was also that 10-year-old very afraid of being grabbed by ghosts in the dark halls. Picky, just at me next time. No, you're completely right. I totally thought it was real when I first started watching, even with the silly, goofy Dungeon of Doom. What the fuck is that? I do not know what Dungeon of Doom stuff was. But yeah, no, I feel like 10 is the perfect age to get into wrestling. That's, like, I thought it was really fun. I feel like I'm more of a waving at him kind of person. Cove waved back, still smiling at you through the dim light. That's cute. Well, see, I'm stressed about getting in trouble if he came up to the loft, so I will not be doing that. But this is vague, and I don't know what this means. We'll try it. Alright, what does having fun quietly mean? You buried yourself under the blanket and pulled out your game cons- Right. Sorry, Cove. I'm trying not to get us in trouble. While hidden away in your own little spot, you spent your not sure how long getting some extra time to enjoy yourself. But at some point, your eyes grew heavy and you gently drifted off into a deep sleep. So look, guys, our 3DS, our game, actually, at this point in time, it's probably a Game Boy Advance. Our Game Boy Advance did get played with. I remember those ghost shows because I was also watching, so that RV trip would be worse with that stuff as an influence. No. Okay. As far as I remember, there were no haunted RV stories, but I have heard of ghost stories of people thinking their car was haunted. So maybe. It was silly, goofy stuff. Professional wrestling didn't really leave the 80s until 1996 at the earliest. That sounds really fun. I love a good silly, goofy vibe. When you woke up the next morning, it was to the rumble of the RV as it traveled the long journey home. Still blinking sleepily, you peeked over the edge of the loft to get a glimpse at what was happening. Cove was sitting with his mom on the couch, the two of them talking quietly. He must have noticed you moving around up there because Cove's ocean blue eyes snapped to yours and he gave you a smile. Morning, Mel. Good morning, Cove. Soon your moms and Elizabeth emerged from their room, dressed and ready for the day of travel. This is just like waiting for everyone to wake up at the anime convention. Sorry, my big group travel experiences that are not with people I'm related to is just anime conventions. That's like the main one. You spent most of the day hanging out together in the RV, savoring the last few hours of vacation. Kyra suggested a few different travel games she used to play with Cove when he was younger, and you all had a great time competing against each other. Are we punching each other over the different types of cars we see on the road? Because that's the only travel game I know of. They're just gonna leave it up to my imagination. Okay, perfect. When the RV finally pulled onto your street, it was well into the night, and you were looking forward to crawling into your own bed after the last few days away. There's nothing better than being able to sleep in your own bed. I think that's a very agreeable take to have. Everyone else must have been feeling the same because it was mutually agreed that unpacking and cleaning the RV would wait until morning. Once home again, you went straight up to your room and dropped onto your bed, shoes and all. Just like me for, like, I know this is me, but just like me for real, for real. Punching each other when you spot a different state's license plate is peak. No, what's really funny is me and both of my siblings, I feel like we do get along very well. Sick of your damn pocket of leaves. Rest in peace. Also, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. But Barmy, my siblings and I, we get along very well, but also, especially when we were a lot younger, my siblings did not take well to have, like, if they saw a license plate and they could punch, it's fine. But when it got dished back to them, it was not fine. So those games always ended up in, like, somebody fighting. And I feel like Elizabeth in this game would be the same way. Like she would spot something, she would, like, do a little light punch, and then we would do one later, and she would crash out. Okay, shoes and all on the bed is actually diabolical if we're going to bed for the night. You were happy to be in your own bed, absolutely. You stretched out with a smile on your face, enjoying having the space all to yourself. With those last few thoughts drifting through your mind, it wasn't long before you dozed off to sleep. Tomorrow, life would go on like normal. Cool. Okay, there's just more DLC. And then summer ended. We're no longer 13 years old. Well, okay, not yet. You don't grow thick skin when you're young. No chat of habit. No chance of habit when older. No, that's fair. I will say both of my siblings have gotten a lot better with age. A lot better with age, but it was definitely something they had to work on. Well, okay, I say they. I also probably had the same flaws. Who wears shoes in the bed? That seems like a crime. I'm gonna be honest. If my blankets are, like, made up and my feet are not actually touching the same fabric I sleep on, I'll lay on the bed with my feet up and shoes on. 'Cause in my brain, that's not in the bed. That's on top of blankets that get washed anyway, but also don't directly touch my skin. I know most people do not agree with that because my friends make fun of me for that all the time. The ripe old age of 14. Was 14 a better age than 13? I'm gonna be honest, chat. I don't know if 14 is better than 13. I feel like for me, 13 and 14 were, like, kind of the same. Kind of the same. Like, 13's here, 14's here, 15's there, and then it, like, starts to go back up again. As you get older again. Okay, there was no denying it. Today was the very last day of summer. Tomorrow you were heading to class. Oh, rest in peace. I think I got into Dragon Age, like, hyperfixated on. Could not give a shit about anything else. See, Barmy, you did that at 14. I'm doing that at 27. That's not an age thing. That's just the Dragon Age thing. But no, that's fair. What was I doing at 14 years old? That would have been 9th grade for me. This was the era of my life where I would just watch Ouran High School Host Club on repeat and not do any of my fucking homework. And it's also when I was reading a lot of manga illegally on the internet. But that's fine, because everyone was doing that. So it was the only way to do it, unless you had money. Which I guess is true now, but, y'all get the difference. 14 was better than 13 for me because it was post growth spurt and my voice had settled. That's fair. That's fair. I don't think my voice has changed. Okay. I don't think it's changed a ton. I have video evidence that my voice is deeper now than it used to be. So I know my voice has changed and it feels like it has changed a lot. But it's like not the same thing as like AMAB people having the voice change. Sometimes those voice cracks sounded painful when I hear like kids doing that. I never had a growth spurt though. I have been roughly the same height since I was 13 years old. Maybe an extra inch or two. Maybe. I don't know for certain. But I have been roughly the same height. I have shoes from 8th grade that still fit my feet. And I still wear them sometimes. They're kind of falling apart because they are a little, they're really fucking old. But like, my bones have not changed much since I was 13. Got hyperfixated on Dragon Age at 29. What a great age to be hyperfixated on Dragon Age. I really love my Dragon Age phase right now. I don't know if it would have hit different if I was younger, but I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of the world around me right now that heightens my enjoyment of Dragon Age. But I don't know if it would have like hit different or the same if I was in a different stage of my life, if that makes sense. I don't know. I'm really enjoying it now, though. And I don't think I would have enjoyed it as much when I was a teenager, mostly just because, like, visually, a lot of the characters probably would not have been as appealing to me as they are now. I don't know. Okay. Are we excited to go back to school? I don't know. I guess it could be fun to see more people. I actually, say what you will, I actually did really like school growing up. That was like the main time that I got to see my friends. And for the most part, I did not have that many teachers that made learning miserable. So I'm very lucky in that regard. I just want to clarify that Anders was justified in doing what he did. I just like to bully him. No, I get it. No, I definitely get it. I love Anders. He's my little meow meow of all time. But I understand the pure joy of bullying your favorite character. Or maybe not your favorite, but like a character you do like. Bullying when it comes from a place of love is so fun, especially when it's a female, or a fictional character, not a female character. I think Meryl is probably the only, like, female character I can think of right now that I, like, feel like I could classify my feelings towards her as enjoying to bully her. But I think that's only because if you don't romance her, she very much feels like a younger sister. She very much feels like a younger sister. And is it really bullying to be like, come on, don't sell your soul to a demon? We're better than this. Like, is that actually bullying? I don't know. I fucking love the characters in Dragon Age 2. I can't wait for enough time to have passed that I can play it again without feeling like I just did it. Though summer had been fun, you had taken your fill, and now you were longing for fresh excitement. A new school year was full of potential. We're probably going into 8th or 9th grade. So either way, lots of new things. It's a little condescending, rightfully so, but yeah. Yeah. No, that's fair. I'm glad you, like, see what I'm saying, though, Barmy. Because I feel like sometimes, especially Anders, the way Anders interacts with Meryl a lot is very much giving concerned older sibling, but at the same time, it's like, bro, at this point, this is just bullying. Why do you keep, like, lecturing her when it has nothing to do with anything going on? Like, come on. Alright, we got dressed, not envisaging the day before you, but contemplating what lay ahead of you tomorrow. Life was sure going to be different. You had come to think of the summer vacation as the norm, but school stretched out for the majority of the year, whereas the summer vacation was just a break in the middle. That's like 2 whole months though. And that, like, at 13, that feels like for fucking ever. So rather than it being different, it was kind of a return to the normal. What did your normal life really mean? You considered how fondly your moms talked about their summer vacations as kids. You dimly recognized that one year the pattern of school and summer itself would be over for good. It was hard to imagine. You'd gotten distracted, one arm still out of a sleeve. You pulled it through and put your mind back to the present. You see, the summer vacation school schedule does not have to end if you have someone in your life who is a teacher. Because my mom's a teacher, and my sister-in-law is a teacher. So, a lot of, like, family gatherings is still going to be around the school schedule and will be until, well, like, for my immediate family, until my mom retires. For my sister-in-law, until she retires, but also, like, her kid is 7. We still got a while. Okay, I think we'd read that. This season had brought about plenty of changes of its own, like Kyra's visit, though that too was coming to an end today. Not the hot mom leaving! That's okay. Rest in peace. Hopefully we see her again. You're happy you'd finally gotten the chance to know her. You'd become extremely I have become fond of her. The neighborhood was about to feel a lot emptier. You finished dressing, which was good. Cove would be there any moment, and you'd agreed to see his mom off together. Officially, the plan was that he would come over to bring you around to his house when she was ready to set off, but you both knew that you'd be hanging out for at least a little while beforehand. When did they not? Kyra's visit had troubled Cove when it first happened. It had been such a sudden change, thanks to Mr. Holden's infamous tendency to surprise people, but once he was able to adjust, he'd been in pretty good spirits with her around. It was a relief for everyone. The next thought had crossed your mind was... couldn't wait to see Cove, so you went downstairs to meet him when he arrived. Yeah, I fear, like, if I'm not actively, like, busy when I'm waiting for my parents to get to my house, I am also, like, standing by the window, casually passing by the window when it's almost time for them to be here, just be like, wow, they should be pulling up any minute now. So we would also be like this with Cove. You bounded down the stairs, your hand gliding over the rail. You wanted to make sure you got there first. If you didn't hurry, your moms might answer it. It was only a few minutes later when the doorbell rang. As you'd chosen to stand beside it to wait for Cove, there was no delay in pulling it open. Cove was there, just as you'd expected. Seeing you, he smiled quietly. Hi, Cove, come on in. Once he stepped inside, you beckoned for him to follow you upstairs. Back up in your room, you sat down on your bed and waited for Cove to settle in as you knew he would. With other guests, you might have offered them a seat, but you and Cove were long past those tentative stages of friendship. He's literally, like, broken into our house through the window before. Like, he can get his own seat. Your room was as familiar to him as his own. You watched as Cove sat down on your desk chair, his preferred spot. He rolled it closer to the bed to make it easier to chat, tweaking the angle so that he was facing you fully. Once happy with the position, he leaned in towards you, hands held in his lap. His actions weren't the ones of someone who planned on moving from his spot anytime soon, even though you had an appointment to keep together that day. When is your mom leaving?
Don't worry about it.
We've got some time. She still got a shower and stuff before she goes. She didn't want me to just keep hanging around while she was doing that. He lifted his head, his gaze drifting out through the window, and chuckled. I can't believe she's already leaving. Just when I'm getting used to her being there every day. He leaned back in the chair, a wry smile tickling his cheeks. She'll be back. He cocked his head thoughtfully before shrugging. I mean, it makes sense. I feel like she would definitely come back in the future. He ran a hand through his hair before shaking his head, as if shaking off the topic like a dog wiping off water following a dip in the sea. The conversation lapsed into another comfortable lull. Cove swung his feet underneath the seat of the chair, eyes resting on you. Having him over here was so nice. No matter how you spent the time, you always felt better for being in his company. Not him being our, like, comfort blorbo in real life. You couldn't help but adore him, both as a friend and in a way that plucked at your heart, a vague yearning for more. Maybe it was because summer was almost over that your feelings were rushing in on you now, like high tide at the end of a long day. Summer was such a meaningful time for the two of you. Not only because it was when you first met, but because it was a season that you could spend almost entirely as you pleased, and you both chose to spend it together. Are we gonna let Cove know how much we like him? That's embarrassing. But I want this game to progress, so we will be doing that, actually. Now is the time. You couldn't go another day without expressing these feelings you held. We're gonna speak words of affection. It was best to be direct with Cove. You didn't want to leave room for ambiguity and misunderstanding at such an important moment. You didn't completely know what you felt or real. And I appreciate that representation. However, when I play dating sims, I don't come here to fuck around. Okay. Cove was your friend. You had always been friends. It meant a lot to you, but you knew deep down that wasn't really all he was. Not anymore. You had to let him know. We are the truest of all homies. You looked directly at him. Cove? He had already been watching you, but he lifted his head attentively at the call. Your cheeks were as hot as if you were standing in the midday sun. Cove raised an eyebrow. This is crazy. Your heart raced. The sound rang in your ears, shutting out everything else. Okay. It's just too difficult to get the words out no matter how much you wanted to. Tell him that he's pretty. I kind of want to call him pretty. Okay. What's our vibe, though? I think we're gonna go for this one. I don't know. Yeah. You're pretty and wonderful and the best person I know. I like you so much. Cove froze in his seat, the only motion coming from his widening eyes. With a jolt, you realized that was literally the only thing he was doing. He hadn't taken a single breath since you uttered those words. We have killed this man. Cove, you need to breathe. Cove might have envied fish with their gills, but he wasn't a fish. He was a boy on land and he needed air to live. You really hoped he would remember this soon before you needed to call your moms in and explain the situation. I don't know, man. He just forgot how to breathe. Cove still had no response. You were starting to clamber off the bed towards him when finally he sucked in a deep breath. Okay. No, because what is he supposed to say to that? His voice cracked on the second syllable, the word at odds with his nervous appearance. His eyes were darting around, unsure of where to place them.
I don't know.
I don't know what to do now. Girl, I don't know either. I don't know either. You had no plan of acting beyond getting your words out. Yeah, we didn't think this through. We can figure it out. Cove tensed, his breathing short and quick. His hands were gripping his knees tightly, like a bird's claws around a branch in a gale, desperately clinging onto safety and stability. Yeah, thank you for that. Before. You couldn't help but crack a slight smile at his sudden formalness. He could tell it was ridiculous, too. Sorry for being weird. It's just, I kind of thought, or hoped, that sometime something like this might happen, with us talking about liking each other. Oh, this is horrific. Is this what it's like to have a crush on someone? You did? You were thinking about it before? He nodded ever so slightly. Your face felt a lot hotter after that. Cove brightened a little at your positive reaction as his explanation continued. Well, could sort of picture how it might go, what it'd be like with you and me. But just the first part. I couldn't ever imagine anything that'd come after, and now it's actually happened. We're there. He took another deep breath, stuttering on the exhale.
That's,
This makes things different. Okay. Should we find a crystal ball for answers? It's crazy. We have to pick this one. I don't think we'd see anything. Nothing? That's kind of sad for us. That isn't what I meant. It's just, they can't really show the future. They're just glass. You were happy to see him being livelier. His breathing started to level out once again, slowing to a usual steady rhythm. He closed his eyes, drawing himself up as he inhaled deeply. Each word he spoke next was delicate. Mel, I like you too. A lot. Probably way too much. Me talking about my favorite characters. He ducked his head bashfully and opened an eye, peeking at you through the hair that had fallen over his face, like a veil. He'd managed a smile.
thanks for waiting for me.
Were we waiting? Oh, at the door. I don't know what he's talking about. His eyes sparkled just looking at you, his affection transparently clear. He never could hide what he was feeling, and you couldn't be more grateful for that today. We'll give him a hug, because I feel like kissing at 13, I don't know. I wasn't doing all this at 13. I don't know what they do. You got up, closing the short distance between you and Cove, and wrapping your arms around him. Startled, Cove flinched, just as the groaning chair rolled back across the floor. He met your eyes and giggled nervously. See, if this is how he's reacting to a hug, I think a kiss would kill him, actually. The result of your impulsive action was that Cove was confined to the computer chair. Despite that, he did his best to wind his arms around you in return. It was a little awkward, but even with the benefit of hindsight, you wouldn't have changed a thing. The strength of your feelings had demanded immediate action. It felt so nice to hold each other that way, now that everything was out in the open. I mean, everything kind of was out in the open, and everyone fucking knew it. Finally, you let one another go. As you straightened up, Cove rose and stood opposite of you. That would be an awkward thing to explain to your parents. Yeah, we would have to be like, hey moms, so Cove and I kissed and he fucking died. That would be crazy. Cove then pressed a hand to his creased forehead.
Oh my god.
Does this mean I'm your boyfriend or something now? Should we tell our parents? Homie, I think our parents already know. I think our parents knew before we knew, actually. I don't know what dad or mom would do. I fear they already know. There were a lot of concerns in there. You honed in on the simplest. There was no way your moms would let you have a boyfriend, even though that word juxtaposed with Cove's name made your heart race. I think our moms already know. My parents won't let me have a boyfriend or even a something. It doesn't matter though. We like each other and that's what's important. I mean, like, what is being a boyfriend at 13 really? Like, what is it really? Genuine question. Literally everyone else already knows. Literally, Elizabeth just said, like, what, a few weeks ago on the road trip that our moms were talking about us getting married in the future. Like, girl, I don't know what you're worried about. This is, like, if we came out to our parents and was like, hey, so Cove and I are dating, they would be like, yeah, and water is wet. Like, what do you... Of course. Are you gonna tell me that the sky is blue next? Like, come on. Nothing anybody else thought about your relationship changed what it was between the two of you. Cove lifted his hand from his chest and reached towards you, halting halfway, then slowly, cautiously, hooked his fingers around yours. His palm pressed against the back of your hand. We'll hold his hand back. Because that's just weird to just, like, have his hand be there and not responding. You rotated your hand so that you were palm to palm with Cove, your thumbs crossing one another. Not me getting an achievement for holding hands. We can get it to work. We always figure things out sooner or later. You know, that does mean, sleepover idea, I don't know if our parents are gonna be as chill about it now. Also, we'll definitely get in trouble if our moms find out that he's sneaking into our room through the window. I don't know how regularly that happens. It's happened twice in the game. You're right. No matter what, it's okay in the end when it's the two of us. Your forthright statement made Cove gasp, but the smile that followed and his tighter grip on your hand told you that he had appreciated it. Good for us. Please, Mom, Ma, and Sis, don't walk in. Damn. Mal, Cove! The sudden call from downstairs caught you both unaware. You'd nearly forgotten the world outside your room. From the guilty look on his face, Cove had done the same. No, sleepovers are pretty much out of the question now, if they weren't before. Well, okay, I will admit, I'm definitely, like, approaching this from, like, the mindset of what my parents would be okay with. I don't know how that would play out with the parents in the game. Because our parents in the game are chill. And I feel like having watched Cove grow up, and also the fact that spending the night literally is just like you're across the street, I feel like would make a difference. But at the same time, I don't know. Because I don't think my parents would have been okay with it if it was like a romantic relationship involved, period. Because it would have been inappropriate. But I also recognize different families have different boundaries, so who knows. Speaking of, not my mom texting me asking if we're coming tomorrow when I've told her every day this week that we're coming tomorrow. Okay. Anyway. Y'all had sleepovers in middle/high school? Mostly with, like, family. I had a cousin I was low-key obsessed with, like, besties of all time, favorite person. I should have realized I was neurodivergent as a child. Kind of vibe. That's what I mean when, like, obsessed with my cousin. And we had sleepovers all the time. We'd be yelling because we'd be what are we winning? Also, welcome in Raging. I hope you're doing well. I did. I'm glad you got to enjoy sleepovers. Lizard shirt. Are we enjoying Cove's lizard shirt, Picky? Okay. Just had a call. Cove's mom is ready to go. How are we gonna face Cove's mom now that we're official? Even though literally, functionally, nothing is going to change at this point in time. My cat can do dog shit. What? Cat can do dog shit now? Dingy is fucked? What does this mean? Literally, what the fuck are you saying, Raging? Also, Dingy is not fucked. That man's ferocious. I told him this morning and yesterday that he was gonna be mad as fuck tomorrow when we put him in his crate to take him to my parents. And both times he bit me. Too bad the dog shit is learning how to use a doggy door now. Wait. You're teaching your cat how to use, like, a little door? My parents used to have a little door for their cat when I was a kid. I don't know if we're talking about the same thing, but I think we are. That's cool. I love that for your cat. I never taught him. He's just doing it. Good for him. Dingy will still win in a fight. He just learned on his own. To be fair, Raging, I don't think figuring out how to go through a door is that complicated. Aren't a lot of litter boxes made with, like, a dog door type of thing? Or are we talking about two completely different things? If you're quick, she might keep the mandated motherly smooching to a minimum. Love that for them. You doubted that, but it was nice that Mom and Mrs. Priest had their strange sense of humor in common. Your eyes met Cove's. Wordlessly, you headed downstairs together. Each step on the way there was painfully slow, like he was trying to delay the inevitable. His whole body tensed leaving the house, and Cove froze altogether before you both could cross the street.
Oh.
The door's open. Dad must be taking her stuff out. He swallowed hard. She's really gonna leave. Oh, rest in peace. This isn't the last time you'll ever see her. I know, but I got used to having her here. That's fair. I've been in this house for months hoping he wouldn't learn. So you thought your cat was stupid. Is that what I'm hearing? That's crazy. Rest in peace. You actually might never know peace again. I don't know where this door is located, but good luck. Going through a door is complicated if you are the Discworld's version of death. Oh. Rest in peace to Discworld's version of death. It's hard to think of a world where you didn't have both of your moms living at home with you, so you couldn't even imagine how hurt Cove must have been feeling knowing his mom was leaving. You thought you saw his bottom lip quiver just before he turned his head away from you. We don't have to head over if you don't want to. No, it'll be worse if I miss her leaving. Yeah, I also don't think she would leave without saying goodbye, though. Okay. At that, some of the conflict wearing on his face eased a bit. Together, you went across the street and inside his house, finding his parents in the living room, surrounded by his mom's packed things. Hey, kids. Good timing, I just called the taxi. The MILF is leaving. I wonder if she's coming back at some point in the game. He usually walks through walls and doesn't know how to use doorknobs. Oh, is he like dumb or is it just like a thing? Mom wants my cat to run away confirmed. I did not say that. Is your cat prone to running away? Because every time Dingy has gotten out of the house, it's been to take 2 steps out the door and then lay down in the sun. That's all he does. And just waits for someone to bring him back in. Oh, something's gonna happen. J-Train, why do you say that?
Hi.
And hi, Mel. So glad I get to see you today. It was fabulous getting to know you this summer. I finally got to put a face to the name I've heard so many times. She winked and Cove pouted on cue over the teasing. That's like a thing. I'm pretty sure death is autism coded. Oh, okay. I've never played Discworld or like seen anything from it, so this is news to me. Really happy I got to meet you too, and I am. Kyra is great. Trace is going to wreck Dingy's shit. No, he won't. He absolutely will not, because Dingy will win because he is ferocious. Ignore the fact that he is most likely asleep right now. This is Act 2 and things are too happy. J-Train, I'm pretty sure this game is supposed to be a chill, happy, cute time. I don't know what you want from it. Hopefully it won't be too long before we see each other again. Nodding, Kyra turned her attention back to her boys. She patted Cliff on the arm with a warm smile, and then she enveloped Cove in a crushing hug. Initially, Cove squirmed to break free from her grip, but his mom was unfazed and kept him locked in place. Heartbeats later, he gave in and hugged her back tightly.
I'm so glad.
I'm so happy this trip was a success. Cliff looked like he was bursting with pride. Good for him. And then Cove stiffened. Kyra loosened her hold on him enough to study his face, concerned. She spoke her next words in a whisper that had been meant just for her son.
What do you think?
Do you want to unshelve it? Raising an eyebrow, Cliff watched them carefully. His smile began to falter. Oh, rest in peace. Cove sighed and his gaze flickered over to you for a moment. And then just as quick, it was back on his parents.
It's okay.
Okay.
Really?
Are they talking about their conversation from the beginning of the summer where they were both kind of mad at him for like making this a surprise? I don't want things to go bad, but I feel like they are going to. It might be just because I played Expedition 33 though. Yeah, I don't think this game is going to have that kind of energy. I have seen a lot of TikToks about people sobbing playing this game, but I think it's for a different reason. Everything's going to be fine. I don't want to do it now. I can tell Dad later. Oh. Nervously, you watch the... If I were Cliff, I would be so fucking anxious about this. What do you mean you can tell me later? Nervously, you watch the exchange with the growing suspicion that Cove didn't want to have that conversation while you were there. That is also fair. You wondered if you should offer to leave when Kyra gave Cove a pat on the head.
All right.
You can always call me if you want me to be a part of the conversation, okay? I'll call. Thanks, Mom. Cliff still looked baffled about what Kyra and Cove were referring to, but you watched as his shoulders slowly relaxed. I wouldn't relax, buddy. They've been cooking this all summer. You figured that he had decided to wait for Cove to be ready to talk to him. And with Cliff's silence, things seemed to be settled for now. After that, it wasn't long before the taxi arrived, rolling up in front of the house in a clear view of the open door. Kyra stood up, smiling sadly.
Well.
That's my ride. Yeah. The matching reply got a chuckle out of Kyra as you all filed out of the house. Father and son went with Kyra's bags in hand. Once outside, you spotted your family waiting by the street. And to your surprise, Derek was also with them. Is Derek, like, a character that I was supposed to have seen more? Because he was mentioned, and we never really saw him aside from that one time. He stood uncomfortably, and he waved as soon as you noticed him.
What's up?
Hey Mel. Hi, Cove. When did you get here? My dad dropped me off just a little bit ago. Thought I could visit one more time before school started.
Sorry.
You picked a busy time. Oh, well, Derek couldn't even look at Cove. He nervously kept rolling a pebble with the bottom of his shoe.
Sorry.
I wasn't even thinking that your mom would be leaving today. I'm sorry, dude. What? You're not interrupting anything. You're always welcome here. It would have been sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. Derek came to hang out often, so it was inevitable that the two had met at some point this season. I think so too. It was apparent Derek would have preferred to have gotten there at a more opportune moment. He never liked seeming impolite, but their reassuring words soothed his worries. The tension he was holding in his body lessened, and he looked like he was feeling much more like himself. Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Bye, ma'am. Is there anything I could do to help?
Nah.
Don't worry yourself over that. We're just about set. In that short amount of time, Cliff had gathered and packed the bags into the trunk. Kyra took one last look at everyone inside. Alright, I don't want to keep the driver waiting. It's time to head out. The little crowd that had formed around started their chorus of farewells and well wishes traveling, but Kyra still made no move to get into the taxi. She placed her attention on Cove. I'll call when I get to the airport and when I make it to Nevada. Also, you better call the moment you walk in the door at home. Otherwise, we'll be wondering all night if you got into trouble on the way there.
Can do.
Love that for them. And could you call tomorrow too, so I can tell you how school went? Of course! I want to hear all about it. Kyra had put on Cove's head. That is not at all... Anyway, Kyra put a hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. She then let go, only to move on to squeezing his cheeks in her hands instead. Mom,
Cove.
I love you so much. They're very cute. I'm glad his mom is a good person. She was chuckling by the time she freed him and rounded things off with a small tap on the tip of his nose. Cove rubbed at his face with a grin. Finally, she walked to the car while waving and took her seat in the taxi. Cliff hooked an arm around Cove's shoulder and kept him close as it began to pull away. For a moment, Cove looked up at his dad and then wrapped an arm across his back.
Bye.
Bye, travel safe. Love this for them. Kyra rolled down the window and stuck her head out of it. She waved again while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. See you again. Before she was out of sight, you decided to... We're gonna wave goodbye. As the taxi headed down the road, you stuck your hand in the air to send her off. The cab turned down another road and completely disappeared from view. Cove let go of his dad and took a few steps out into the empty streets, still looking in the direction his mom went. He smiled quietly, deep in thought. You got the impression Cove was feeling better than he was earlier. He was finally content with the way things were. You jumped a bit when your mom put a hand on your shoulder. Where did she come from? Pulling you away from your thoughts, she smiled when you looked at her. This was a great vacation, huh? Yeah, that's what I was hoping to hear. Cove walked back over to the group, still genuinely happy. Derek grinned at him welcomingly, and everyone else there smiled at him, even Elizabeth.
Well?
Ma clapped her hands together, bringing everyone's attention back to the present. It's almost lunchtime. I think I'll put something special together. Her eyes sparkled with a plan, and Mom smiled. I bet you could use some help with that. When she smiles like that, I am filled with a little bit of fear. That'd be absolutely wonderful. Okay. I think her normal smile is also the same sprite as her evil, mischievous grin. She made it sound like their lunch was going to be evil. Derek glanced between the two, his eyebrows furrowed. Is there something I could do? Your mom's exchanged a fond expression. Ma shook her head.
How sweet.
That's very sweet, Derek, but it's alright. It's not your job. Technically, your dad left you under Cliff's watch. You're meant to be taken care of by him, not doing chores for the neighbors. Mom laughed a little over her own joke. You watched Derek look away, discouraged.
It's okay.
I don't mind. He just wants to be helpful. He was a little bashful about it. He wondered if Mom's joke had just reminded him that he wasn't initially meant to be invited to lunch. It was getting a little awkward. Evil lunches are the best lunches. I am not 100% sure I could agree with that. I don't know if I've had a lunch that could be classified as an evil lunch. I'm not sure what that would mean. Mom grinned sympathetically. Her comment was meant to lighten the mood, not bring it back down. Ma tried again to get things moving forward. Why don't you kids go have fun? You can all come back in about an hour. We'll make enough for everyone. Mom nodded in agreement.
Sounds good.
Evil Lunch's David Cronenberg film. That's Nate. Oh, you were like, actually, there actually is a movie. That's wild. Not another stunning idea. Love that for them. Thanks.
Thank you.
Love this. That sounds like a plan then. I don't want to cramp your style. I've got some stuff to work on, so I can be out of your hair this afternoon. You should come by later too. No reason you shouldn't be the odd man out. Mom seemed amused that Cliff rubbed his neck nervously. He grinned a wavering but pleased smile.
Thanks very much.
Appreciate the invite. He looked over the assembled crowd with knowing glances. I can help too. With as many people as you're feeding, that's going to be a lot of food. Didn't you hear what we told Derek? It wouldn't be fair to make you cook when we're the ones who are inviting you in. Ma raised an eyebrow when Cliff waved it off.
Come on.
I insist. Derek would be missing time with his pals. This would be a break for me. I'm quite the chef. Ma and Mom exchanged further glances before Mom shrugged.
True.
An airtight argument. It's a regular lunch with mind flayer tentacles? Okay, sure. Sure, why the hell not? I don't know what Naked Lunch is about, but I sure felt it. I did not even know it was a movie until like 5 minutes ago, and I'm just trusting that you're not making shit up. I have zero context for that statement, Barmy. If you're sure, we'll be happy to have you, Chef Cliff. Cliff's grin widened and seemed more hyped than you'd expected him to be about helping with lunch. Cove shook his head, a fond smile on his face. I love that these future in-laws are already friends. That makes this so much easier. Then all us grown-up people will be heading inside. I assume the rest of you kiddos are staying out? Maybe not all of them. Ma tilted her head, a silent question for Elizabeth. Your sister thought for a moment.
All right.
I'll stay with the kids.
That's fantastic.
Not as being babysat by Elizabeth. Both your moms smiled at her, while Derek and Cove didn't seem to appreciate her phrasing. But with the plan decided, all three parents waved and headed for your house. It was just you teenagers now. Elizabeth looked at you and the others, a curious expression on her face.
So?
What now? You silently wondered if Elizabeth only stayed out with you to avoid getting roped into work. Then again, she could just genuinely want to hang out. You couldn't tell with your sister. Cove spoke up after no one else did to answer Elizabeth's question. Want to go down to the shopping street? It's been a while, and I don't think there's a lot of other things we could agree on. Yeah, sure.
Awesome.
Sounds awesome to me. Unlike you guys, I haven't been there 1,001 times. It's new to me. Yeah, let's do it. You strolled across the road as a group, down to the beach and then to the left. It took less than 15 minutes to arrive, one of the conveniences of Sunset Bird. The four of you looked around at the familiar shops, trying to see if anything caught your attention this time. Derek was the most enthusiastic. He checked out every stall with his eyes wide with wonder. Elizabeth and Cove were in good spirits as well. That's so cool. He ran over to a street magician who was currently doing a card trick for a group of enchanted tourists. Derek clapped when the magician showed a middle-aged man his card. Derek turned back to the group with a curious gleam on his face. What does it take to perform here anyway? Do you have to ask somebody, or do you just show up and start doing stuff? Who would you even ask? It's a public street. Hey, Miss Mayor, can I pull a rabbit out of my hat? Please? Flopsy is well behaved, I promise. Derek chuckled, his eyes searching up and down the scene. Maybe there's a boss of the shopping street? No one does any of this around my neighborhood. It's just regular stores behind walls. It's different if someone wants a real store, but here I'm pretty sure people are just putting on their little shows whenever they want and do whatever. That's so neat. Would we be allowed to do something too? Cove laughed and Derek began almost vibrating with excitement. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. What would we do? Well, I don't know what. Not yet. I mean, I just found out it's a possibility, you know? But there's gotta be something. We know cool stuff. I'm sure if we think about it, we could plan a show that'd really get a crowd pumped. I mean, we kind of did that with our cousin earlier, so I guess, yeah, we'll think it's a great idea. I'm in. Derek's gonna be our new bestie. I knew I could count on you. Now we just need the act. It'll come to us. Right. With some amusement, the gang continued to pursue the stalls. Elizabeth found some earrings with a dangling, badly misprinted globe that everyone laughed at. Cove picked out a blob as Iceland, and Derek thought that it had to be Greenland. You know this is a world with what looks like 9 continents? I think you're both wrong. We're gonna agree with our sister. If it's 9 continents, Elizabeth makes a good point. Suddenly, Cove froze. You stared at him and then tried to see what caught his attention. When you saw a familiar face down the way, it all made sense. Between the crowds, his bright hair stood out like a neon green bowl at a kitchen sink. It was Jeremy. Fuck Jeremy. I thought he was gone for good. We went all summer without seeing him. Jeremy slowly drifted his eyes down the street as his eyes widened in mutual recognition. He definitely noticed you. Derek frowned and Cove sighed. Neither of them were happy to see him again. Let's look away. You didn't even want to start with Jeremy's shenanigans today. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Her gaze swept over Jeremy without a hint of a clue. Jeremy simply scoffed to himself and waded deeper into the crowd of people. Derek relaxed and exhaled loudly. Glad he's not gonna start anything. He peeked over at Elizabeth with a tiny smirk. See? That was the mean kid.
What?
She still didn't get it. That first summer day hadn't made nearly as much of an impression on her as it did for Derek, but he smiled and waved it off. Just forget about him. I already have. Was she even there? I don't think she was. He laughed, and Cove smiled lightly. He seemed in a much better mood now that Jeremy was gone. Your eyes wandered over to where Jeremy disappeared. You hadn't forgotten the day you met him either. He was only going to be in town for a vacation with his parents he hated. That glimpse was probably the last time you would ever see him. You mentioned that realization to everyone. Jeremy's probably gone for good now. It's time for him to go back to wherever he's from. Yeah. Guess we won't have to worry about that guy anymore. Love that. Derek, I fear this actually is not factually true. Derek kicked a little rock in the road. It clattered forward and then rolled under a stall. But I still think it's kind of sad Jeremy turned out to be, well, like he is. It would have been nice to make another friend. Cove shook his head. He was clearly not broken up over what might have been. Maybe he'll become nicer in the future. Elizabeth rolled her eyes at this strange farewell to the odd boy, not interested in the slightest. She clearly didn't understand his impact, and at this point she didn't want to understand. You couldn't help but wonder, though, what would have happened if you would have interacted with Jeremy more? Jeremy was unlike anyone you had ever met before. Thought he was kind of pitiful. You and the group moved on from the stall and from Jeremy. It didn't take long for everyone to return to the joking. You all enjoyed what little time you had left, as Elizabeth mentioned the hour was almost up. The little trip had flown by, and lunch must have been waiting for you now. Derek bounced on the balls of his feet.
Okay.
Come on, guys. Let's get going so we can eat. I'm starving. Homebound, here we go. Cove stretched one of his arms lazily. Let's go then. You looked at him appraisingly. You nodded at him. Asking him to carry his back is wild. Then you followed Elizabeth as she took it upon herself to lead the way home. She walked fast, much faster than Derek preferred. She kept gaining a lead, and then Derek would jog back up to the group. With Cove's long legs, he had no trouble keeping up. We're gonna walk side by side with Cove. I feel like that makes sense for our character. You kept close to your neighbor. You both chatted about the things you'd seen at the shopping street, with Derek chiming in ever so often. You caught Cove smiling at you a couple times. He was happy you were spending time with him. It was a pleasant walk home, and in no time you had made it back. Derek got the front door and held it open for everyone as you each moseyed inside. The three parents were still in the kitchen. They looked up and waved. Welcome back, everyone. You made it just in time.
Hi.
I hope you're hungry. So did everyone have a nice time out? She gestured for people to take a seat at the table. Plates and silverware have already been placed out. You took your normal seat, Elizabeth sat across from you, and Derek took the seat to your left. Cove sat on your right. He blushed a little and began fidgeting with his silverware. His dad was the first to pick up on his extra awkwardness, but your moms weren't far behind. Don't say anything about it. This is gonna be so weird. The parents shared a look at Cove's reaction. It seemed that he was struggling with how to act normal around his dad or your parents, or both, after what happened between the two of you upstairs. This is crazy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had a great time. It was fine. Cove shrugged, not willing to say more than that. The bank heist went off without a hitch. Your joke got some chuckles going around the table. That's good in my book. Not Cove's dad approving of us robbing a bank. Also, Picky, thank you for the hydrate. And the stretch, is there a posture check coming in as there it is. Okay. Casually, Mr. Holden sat on the empty seat across from Cove. He smiled at you and all the other kids. Mom set down a platter full of water glasses on the table. She looked down at the gathering. It's a good thing we have 8 chairs. I can't remember the last time we've had a group this big over for a meal. Not as just casually having the right amount of chairs. Can you pass the drinks down to the other side? Make sure you all get one. Sure. Those close to the cups obliged and started offering waters around. As you passed Cove his drink, your hands touched. Guys, their hands touched. Cove froze. You had already let go, not yet realizing that he was too distracted to function in that moment. Oh. The glass fell down onto the table, landing with a sharp clatter of glass on the wood. Cove scooted his chair back with a restrained shout.
Sorry.
I'll get a towel or something. Oh, rest in peace. He looked around in a frantic panic, as if an object to soak up the water would magically appear if he turned his head fast enough. His dad bit his lip in worry, rising from his own seat.
Well...
Oh, what's going on? You've been a little out of it today. This is embarrassing. Did something happen? Cove tensed, frozen again. He stared at the water on the tabletop as if he wanted it to sink into it. We're gonna cover for Cove. If something did happen, you should wait for Cove to want to talk about it. Trying to make him say things in front of everybody wouldn't be good. Oh, well, that's suspicious, too. Mr. Holden nodded slowly. He still seemed worried, but after another look at Cove, he smiled sympathetically.
Right.
Well said, Mel. I'm here when you're ready, son.
Of course.
This is mortifying. Cove breathed a sigh of relief and shot you an apologetic look. You shot him a covert thumbs up. As everything got set up, Ma chided Elizabeth to take her elbows off the table.
Now.
And you shouldn't slouch. She pointed to Mr. Holden, who was leaning forward with both arms on the table. Damn, get his ass, I guess. Oops. Mr. Holden seemed unsure about all the sudden attention and carefully rearranged his posture to something suitable for a fancy dinner. He smiled sheepishly at Ma. Elizabeth rolled her eyes, and Ma gave a level look at her. You shouldn't be impolite to a guest in the house either. Elizabeth groaned, long and long-suffering. Ma giggled and Mr. Holden chuckled.
Not bad.
If a lot of you could learn a thing or two from Derek, he has the best manners here. Not Derek winning at the social interactions. Derek blushed, but it was true. His posture was upright and formal. He even held his fork gracefully. How old is this kid? His table manners, on top of all of his attempts to aid your parents, made him the model of meal attendee behavior.
Aw.
It's nothing. It's true, though. You've been a lovely guest. I've noticed that, too. It's always nice when you stay over, Derek. Derek smiled and sat a little taller in his chair. Do you have anything good to say about our other guests? Not Elizabeth stirring the pot. She looked deliberately at Cove with a teasing smirk. Or is there just nothing to say? Cove is my number one, but he does still clean his hands by wiping them on his pants. At least he cleans his hands. Cove frowned at that and absent-mindedly brushed his hands on his pant legs. Your mom's laughed lightly.
There, there.
Elizabeth, you should know. After all these years, Cove is hardly a guest anymore. He lives... he lives here. Cove smiled awkwardly. Thanks. I'm just gonna keep quiet and take a bite of food. The parents had made an excellent lunch. You took another bite and minded your business. Everyone ate their meal together and continued to hang out for the afternoon. After the food, you and the others played a couple games and talked about plans for the upcoming year. The time passed by quickly, and soon it was time to part ways. Mr. Holden talked to your moms, and Cove drifted over to you, knowing that as soon as his dad finished up, he would be leaving. It'd be cool to stay, but we have some stuff to do before everything closes today.
Okay.
Yeah, bye. Could you move? I need the phone. All right, Elizabeth. Cove raised an eyebrow, and Elizabeth impatiently gestured behind him. Cove realized he was standing right in front of where the receiver was placed. He sidestepped out of the way and shook his head, clearly thinking Elizabeth was rushing too much. Your sister made a beeline for the phone and started dialing the number of what you figured was one of her friends. Knowing Elizabeth, she was going to be on there for a while. You, Cove, and Derek shuffled closer to the door. It seemed like Mr. Holden was wrapping up his conversation, so everyone started saying their various farewells.
Talk to you later.
See you later, Cove. We gotta do this again sometime. Yeah, see you. Cove turned to you and smiled slightly. Bye, Mel. I feel like if we hug Cove goodbye, he will short circuit. And then everyone will know. We'll wave. You accompanied the gesture with a smile on your face. Cove nodded and then waved back, reluctant to leave.
Dude.
Seriously, dude. We'll have to hang out later. I'm gonna miss you during school. I don't remember where it said this kid lived. He punched Cove's arm softly. Cove still rubbed the spot afterwards. Cove and his dad left soon after that. Your parents started cleaning up the house, and Elizabeth was still chatting with her friends on the phone. It was just you and Derek left. He elected to stay outside in front of the house to wait for his dad to pick him up. You decided to keep your guest company, although he was originally Cove's visitor. A light summer breeze blew through your hair, and Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot. Thanks for waiting with me. He kicked at the ground distractedly.
Well.
Dad's still gonna be a while, so do you want to go for a walk? Sure, I don't mind. The two of you walked down the street again, just wandering without a destination planned. It was a quiet stroll, too quiet for Derek being the company. You turned to him when you had noticed he wasn't saying a word. That was unusual. Derek always had something he could chat about. You weren't sure if you should ask about it. Somehow you ended up at the old park near the beach. You glanced over to Derek once more, still expecting him to say something any second now. However, nothing came from him. In fact, now you noticed a frown creeping on his face. Derek smiled when he realized you were watching. At least his mouth was turned up. There wasn't anything that really felt happy in the expression. He turned away and the smile fell off his face. His eyes stared intently at the ground and you raised an eyebrow. Is everything okay? I'm a little sad. It's just, with school starting back up again, it's gonna be harder to visit. I'm gonna have homework and clubs and practices and everything else.
This sucks.
It really sucks we go to different schools. His face screwed up and his fists were closed tightly together. This was really concerning him. What if we don't have time? Yeah, we'll have some optimism. We'll make time. We can talk over the phone and have plans for weekends. It'll be fine. Yeah. Derek looked up at the sky. It was orange and purple with little wisps of clouds scattered around. A plane flew high with a jet stream trailing behind it. Then he turned to the ground again. Derek's face was tilted far enough down that it was harder to read his expression. I actually wanted to talk to you about something, if you don't mind. There was a pause and you waited for him to finish his thought.
Sorry.
I was just kind of wondering, do you like guys at all? Like, would you ever want to be with someone who is a boy? So we're kind of already committed to Cove. Maybe? Okay then. He hesitated before finishing his question. So, I do know you can romance Derek in the DLCs. I did not know he was still going to be into you in the base game, and now this is awkward.
So...
What I mean is, is there any guy you think is kind of cool that you like around here? Not at school or anything like that. He ducked his head further. You already knew the answer. You had confronted the very topic this afternoon. Well, I like Cove. Derek chuckled and didn't look at all surprised. Everybody fucking knew. Where's the no, but there's nothing wrong with that closeted homo option? That's crazy. I don't think we can be closeted homophobic because our moms are gay. We were raised better than that, Barmy. Homophobia is something that gets taught. Yeah, I kind of thought so. That's cool. I really hope things work out. Thanks for answering my random questions. He shot you a thumbs up. I hope we'll always be friends, no matter what. Even if we don't see each other for a long time, or if we get really busy, I still hope. I don't know the exact year, but like, Derek, trust, Minecraft is just around the corner. It's just around the corner. I'm sure me, Derek, and Cove can have like a Minecraft server set up. Sorry if Gore grew up in a lightly homophobic environment. No, that's fair, Barmy. That's fair. The joke was funny. The joke was funny. That's why it's not an option, though. He cut himself off and met your eyes. There was something serious to him, sincerely worried that you'd fall out of friendship. We're always gonna be friends. Derek smiled, mostly to himself. He seemed a little more like the usual. Then for sure, we have to make the most of next year. Then the year after that, and the year after that. He rambled on for a while about things. We'll just make the most of every year. Right. You smiled and felt like your friendship was still strong. You didn't spend much longer at the park after that. Derek didn't want to miss his dad, so you both made your way back to your street. After Derek went back home, you decided to settle in for the night. Stretching your arms over your head, you noticed that the living room and the phone were free. We can call our cousin! We gotta tell her the news. She'll be too excited. You picked up the receiver and quickly punched in the familiar number while going to take a seat on the couch. Soon enough, after explaining the situation to the housekeeper, Lee answered.
Hey!
Hi, Lee, can you talk? Definitely. We practically have to. My gosh, can you believe it's almost time for school to start? What happened to our summer? School starts first thing tomorrow for me.
Ew.
Ew, and I thought starting next week was bad enough. Enjoy your last week. Oh, I will. I hope you'll survive your first day. I'm looking forward to it. But I have nothing to worry about. You'll have a better chance at surviving. At least summer was nice while it lasted, right? We were busy. Yeah. Fondly you thought about all of the best memories you made this summer. Lee was there for some, but there were still many you hadn't filled her in on yet. We'll talk about it. You began to speak about the road trip. Yeah, she's gonna love to hear about that. I went on a vacation. Cove's parents ended up inviting my whole family on an RV road trip.
Really?
That's awesome. It was a 3-day trip and we visited the Redwood National Forest. Lucky. It was really fun hanging. The park was amazing. The pictures I've seen of it are crazy, and I can't believe you got to see it for real. It's even better than how it looks in pictures. Sounds like you had a good time. I'm happy for you. We'll have to bring Lee next time. I know Cove said, or it said that like Cove and I promised to bring each other, but we gotta bring Lee as well. So now I feel like I'm just rubbing it in her face. Let's talk about her. What was your big highlight of the summer, Lee? Talking to you is always the best part of my summer. Even though it was a phone call, you just knew that Lee was winking at you. You laughed.
All right.
Okay, so a high point for me was when I took that trip with my parents to Europe. That was amazing. Oh, she went to Europe? Well, I don't feel bad about supposedly feeling like I was rubbing the other thing in her face. You and Lee continued to go over your adventures until you both were yawning to each other over the phone. No, we gotta tell Lee. I feel like she'd be mad if we didn't tell her and she found out from someone else. Alright, before you go, there's one other thing. I told Cove I had a crush on him today. There was a pause of silence. Knowing your cousin, you decided to pull your ear away from the phone. As expected, a screech loud enough for you to still make out clearly from a distance cackled through the speaker. When you felt it was safe, you put the phone back against your head. Lee was still gushing to herself, though a little less loudly. Why didn't you say so sooner? He had to have liked you back, right? Girl, that was not even a question. You two are the most perfect pair ever. Tell me, please. You used the precious little time you had left to try filling her in as best you were capable of in that moment. But soon the approach of curfew became too much for you to ignore, despite how excited the both of you were. At that, you decided it was time to say goodbye for now. You did have school to wake up for in the morning. Bye, Lee.
Bye.
Night, Mel. Talk to you later. You left the phone on the side table for now. Looking at the clock on the wall, you saw that there was only about 10 minutes until your moms would be insisting you had to go to bed, so you could be rested enough for school. You stretched your legs out on the couch and sighed in defeat, watching the minute hand change 1 minute closer to bedtime. You rearranged yourself, feeling restless, and looked out the window. Startled initially, you spotted a figure out in the hills. It was Cove. This man's always in the hills. When the surprise faded, you realized it really wasn't that much of a shock at all. It was exactly something Cove would do. You smacked the window to get his attention. Let's go meet up with him. Strolling casually, you went over to the front door. When you arrived, you noticed how many fireflies were out that night. They drifted along lazily, barely minding your presence as you waded through to reach the top of the hill. Cove turned towards you as you approached, and you noticed right away that Cove looked happy to see you. Hey, you had a bounce in your step. You weren't sure how long you'd get before your moms roped you back inside for bed. Hey, what are you doing out here?
Nothing.
Nothing. Not really. He shrugged, seeming unhappy with his own answer. You stared at him, waiting for him to continue. Well, I guess I was feeling kind of weird about stuff, so I'm getting some fresh air before bed. Oh, that's fair. Or just nod. His mouth pulled into a bent smile. Cove let himself fall back onto his butt and then all the way down, so he was laying on his back. He looked up at the sky. We'll lay down too. You lowered yourself to lay back on the hill. He had been lost in thought, or was possibly waiting for you to situate yourself, but he started speaking unprompted again.
I'm sorry.
Sorry for being kind of awkward when my mom was leaving. You are 13. I expected nothing less, actually. Surprised, you stared at him a moment. You weren't expecting that. I just wanted you to know that I talked to my dad about how I felt and things. It's okay now. You were genuinely glad to hear that, and it brought a small smile to your face, but your thoughts quickly wandered back to the first day you met Mr. Holden. Did his dad confess about that? From the way Cove talked, you guess he hadn't. So there was more Cove and his dad to talk about, but it was a relief to know that they hadn't made a start. Now was not a good time to bring up whatever you were thinking, though. You could wait longer to say it. Don't make me don't. I feel like we've kept the secret too long at this point. It was almost unbelievable how much of an impact he made on your life just by moving in next door. You couldn't even imagine what your days might have looked like in a world where you hadn't met him. Cove glanced back at you, waiting for a response, and you had no idea what to say. Cove just stared at you unblinkingly. What? It's you. Huh? He snickered before answering. He looked thoroughly amused with your reaction. That's what you do all the time, so I'm being you. Wait, now I'm fucking confused. I don't do it that much. Cove burst into deep laughter. When it slowed, he continued to grin. Honestly, there weren't many people you could think of who could tease you about something like that. Returning his smile, you realized there was no denying that you two have been around each other for a long time. Cove broke the quiet before it could fully settle.
See you tomorrow.
I guess we will. Wait, what's happening now? He is perceiving traits that we do and is mocking us. Lovingly, I assume. I don't think I fully processed what I was reading, so I don't actually know what he did and said was us. No fucking clue. Yeah, see you then. With a final wave, Cove headed for home, but you stayed there a few minutes longer. Your mind kept going back to his simple statement. See you tomorrow. No matter how much was changing around you, there were some things in your life that always seemed to remain true. The hills felt warm to you that night. Before you knew it, you were getting comfortable under the covers in your room. Your mind couldn't help but still be buzzing with thoughts about the future. It was hard not to think about Cove. There hadn't been enough time to really figure it all out after what happened between you. You felt, I guess, excited. There was a little doubt in your mind that things were moving forward, and you couldn't wait to find out what changes were waiting for you on the horizon. Slowly, your eyes grew heavy as you drifted off to sleep, your mind spinning with wishful thoughts. No matter what happened next, you could only hope that you would make the most of it. You were ensnared in a dream when a noise from the outside world jostled you. What's going on? The light clatter continued. Now that you were more alert, you could distinguish it as a tapping sound. Quiet, slow, but persistent. I'm sick of these kids coming in through their windows at night. We're gonna get in so much trouble one of these days, and I'm gonna be so stressed about it. Each beat was like being poked. You couldn't ignore it. You lifted your head from the pillow and looked for the source. Not much work was needed to puzzle it out. It was from the window. Cove, not again. Cove, literally. I'm so stressed. Could this not wait? Could this not wait? I'm not built for this. With that, you knew exactly what it was. From the color of the light filtering into your room, it was too early for anyone to be awake, including the sun. It had barely hauled itself over the horizon, but that didn't stop some people, it seemed. I would also be really mad about being woken up this early. You sat up in bed and opened the window wide. Cool air, not yet warmed by the day, tickled your face as it pushed into your room. And, as you'd expected, there was your neighbor, crouching on your windowsill. He was fully dressed, though not for school. He was wearing a wetsuit and a shy smile. We gotta stop sneaking around. We're gonna be in so much trouble. Hello? You stared back, blinking. So technically we won't be back to school for a few more hours. His voice was delicate yet deliberate. each word a careful explanation. Classes haven't actually started yet, so do you want to hit the beach with me one more time this summer? Well, we have to say yes. Here we go again, it's crazy. Okay, we'll hit him with the always, I guess. His smile widened affectionately. You rushed to get changed into something suitable while Cove climbed back down to ground level. Your limbs, still half asleep, struggled somewhat as you attempted to coordinate them into a swimsuit, but you got there in the end. Soon you were tiptoeing out of your front door, clutching a towel. Cove was already there to greet you. I'm so stressed about this. Your eyes met. Cove's gaze darted to your destination and back to you. You checked the door was closed, gave him a thumbs up, and the two of you leapt into action. Wordlessly, you began to run down the familiar path ahead, Cove beside you. The thrill of your illicit outing made you want to laugh. Not that you dared. If anyone in your family looked out and saw you, then your summer would be back to being over. What's the swimsuit for? They literally woke up at like fucking 4 in the morning to go swimming before school. This is crazy work. One glance at Cove told you that he was exactly the same, holding back snickers for fear of being heard and caught. I could not. Truthfully, my ass would have been asleep. I don't think somebody knocking at my window would have woken me up. And if it did, I probably would have thought I was being murdered or haunted. And I would not look at the window. This shit would not work on me. This would not work on me. The towels streamed out from under your arm like a cape. You were running so fast downhill that simply keeping your balance and not tumbling down was a real threat. It just wasn't enough of one to make you slow your pace. For every step you took, the beach was a little closer and the day a little brighter. What lay ahead for you would arrive, and you were happy to meet it. That's crazy. In between. Oh, that's the next phase. Alright, are we keeping the green hair? Or are we going back to blue? We can go back to blue. We can let green be Cove's thing. An official swimming pool is one thing, but I have a feeling... Yep, it's the sea. It is the sea. I don't think anyone swims in a pool in this game. We live, like, right down the street from the beach. Blue hair and pronouns. As we started, Barmy. It's as we started. I would like to say I'd still be asleep, but also at 13, I set my alarm for 6 a.m. to watch Pokemon. I did that one time. Not for Pokemon, but, like, I was at my grandma's house. And my grandma gets up at 6 a.m. And I asked her to get me up at 6 a.m. But I asked for 6:30 because I thought the show I wanted to watch came on at 6:30. It did not. It came on at 6 a.m. I had my facts wrong, and then I never tried to do that shit again because I hate getting up early. You're feeling the blue hair? Yeah, we can't comfort Cove's brand. Okay. And we're gonna keep everything else the same, I think. Yeah. I can give myself braces. I think we're fine. Alright. Guys, are we in love with Cove? Not the face changes. I don't know how much the time skip is, but why the hell not? That's the whole point of this game. Begin at step 3 at relaxed love. Hell yeah. We can customize his personality? I'll keep it the same. I don't want to change him. Since you're romantically interested in Cove and are old enough to start being physically affectionate more seriously, you can choose what initiative level he has throughout this step. Making sure the player experiences what they want is important in our life, but always putting your choice first can potentially make a relationship feel one-sided. So we've added some flexibility in how it works. Low initiative means that Cove will occasionally ask to touch the main character, and in those situations, there will always be an opportunity to say yes or no. Consent is important. I wish I could customize my personality. Hey, Barmy, I have great news for you. To some degree, you can. If, like, okay, it might be a neurodivergent thing, but if there's a character that you like, boop, stole their personality. It's yours now. Have fun. Alright, for example, he won't simply lean over and kiss the main character as a greeting or in an emotional moment. Every piece of physical interaction will be either initiated or approved by the player before it happens. Middle initiative means there will be those certain times when Cove requests to touch the main character, many chances to initiate affection on your own, and also he will pretty regularly give affection automatically. One example would be giving the main character a kiss because he's happy or emotional or something else. And in other situations, you can choose not to make the first move in order to give Cove the space to be the one to act afterwards. Overall, the love interest can get romantic, but the player's agency will take priority. Okay. High initiative includes everything middle does, but also means the player agency will be reduced to a degree in favor of having Cove give up physical affection even more frequently and with less prompting. Instead of all the major affection giving situations being led by a choice menu for you to decide on, some will instead be replaced by Cove acting automatically. This level is only recommended if you're very comfortable with physical affection and would prefer to simply see it happen rather than always holding the reins on it. However, this level is mostly relevant if Cove ends up as your official boyfriend at some point. Situations where high-level initiative makes a difference tend to come up in scenes that are exclusive to being in a relationship. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. Alright. Can't be changed partway through a step. That's fine. I think middle is fine. I don't know. They've been homies for a really long time. So, like, that's fine. Okay. The start of classes ended the relaxed, free days of summer. It didn't take long for you to get back into the swing of the school year routine. Schedules and homework became the new normal. Derek wasn't around nearly as much. Damn. Rest in peace. With school and after-school activities, there weren't many opportunities for him to take the trip out to your neighborhood. That's exactly what he was worried about. Sometimes you'd hear that he was at a training camp or something like that, but you weren't always sure what he was up to. You still kept in touch over the phone as best you could. Yeah, I did tell him we were gonna be homies. High initiative, don't end up with boyfriends by the end. That's how you do it, Barmy. Welcome in, Zenith. How are you? I hope you're doing well. We're no longer 13 years old in this game. The Jeremy kid did disappear after that summer, and no one ever heard from him again. Where he went or what he might be up to was a mystery, and that's how I like to keep it. More summers came and went like the waves on the shore, coming in and out. In your second year of high school, someone new started to visit Sunset Bird, a sunny girl named Terry Brooke. She was a friend Cove made due to them both being ocean obsessed. He inherited that trait from his dad, I fear. Terry was more than glad to befriend you too. Someone close to Cove had to be good company, she felt. You were pleased to get along with her as well. Terry was tight with another girl who you had known distantly from school for a long time, Miranda Eckert. You saw more and more of her as time went on, thanks to Terry and Miranda's own outreach. They took Jeremy back into containment, and I hope that's where he stays. After a while, all of you developed a real friendship together. As for your home life, the Leaves also had developments. Changing laws and public perception countrywide made it possible for your moms to openly wear their wedding rings without questions. Is it 2015? Though they had a wedding years ago, it was only recently that the union was officially recognized everywhere in the US. That was a good day, to say the least. Okay, so Derek and Cove and I definitely have a Minecraft server together at this point. Elizabeth came into her own and stopped being quite as irritable. She no longer worried about perceived childishness as she grew up for real. Love that for her. There is nothing more freeing than no longer being worried about perceived childishness. She didn't even mind being called Lizzie again, although most people used Liz. She eventually graduated high school and moved out to attend college in another state. No, she's gone. It was a lot for you to adjust to your older sister being gone. Liz never let you forget her role in your life, though, and kept in touch. Cove's relationships with his family improved over the years. Kyra visited several times after that summer, and things became easier between the two. Hell yeah. He was also closer with his dad than ever before. You knew they talked more, and that helped prevent a lot of friction before it could start. That is also very good. They can stop putting us in the middle now. Cove had become so much more outgoing than when you had first met him. He was so bright and he shone. I love that for him. He would willingly join conversations, make jokes, and put in an effort not to use overly blunt phrasing. Cove's interest had shifted from when he was younger. He still enjoyed more studious pursuits, but he also spent just as much time on athletic activities. Things had shifted between you and Cove, but in a way that most couldn't see. After all this time, he wasn't just your neighbor. He wasn't only your friend or even a guy you were interested in. You were in love with him. You loved Cove. You knew that for a fact. You knew that fact for certain. There was no one else you held those feelings for. That's crazy. It was strange to look back on it all. The future faded into your present, and then it was simply the past. Even the most fundamental parts of your life couldn't last forever. You felt that the most pointedly the day you inevitably graduated high school. Oh, we're skipping through a lot. It was over, and you would not be going back ever again. From now on, what came next was your choice. You would be directing your own life. That was where you were currently. The summer after school had ended. The first summer of true freedom. Well, okay. What used to be a reprieve from the typical was now going to be your first step into adulthood. One fine summer morning, you took in what had become a very special scene. The whole family having a meal together. Lizzie's back! Your big sister Liz still hadn't lived at home full time for a couple of years, but she arrived last week to spend the season here since it was an off semester for her. She wanted to make sure she was in town because you now also graduated high school, so who knew how much rarer these moments would become in the future. You watched on as Liz laughed good-naturedly over a comment Ma made. Her Elizabeth-only mindset had only been a phase. Nearly any nickname was welcomed at this point in her life. Strangely, even though she'd moved away, you'd lately felt closer to her than you had in a long time. You idly scooped up more of your breakfast and chewed absent-mindedly. Yeah, we could be a picky eater as a treat. As the meal you had reflected that. Your moms are happy to make food that fit your needs, along with dishes for themselves that didn't, though you often made your own food nowadays. But it wasn't only you that had a diet that excluded certain things, as Liz had become vegetarian for a while, or had been vegetarian for a while. Oh, they look so old! They look so different. Conversation had gone on idly, without you fully taking in the words, until your ears were peaked when Ma started on a bit of town gossip. And so that's how I heard the news. Alright, now stop burying the lead and tell us, what is this so-called news? Ma giggled as she cast a look across the table, satisfied she had everyone's attention. Well, it turns out the Donnells won't be renting out the condo up the street as per Sunset Bird tradition, for the first time in what must be nearly 2 decades. A chorus of gasps and shocked expressions were had all around. After the initial shock, your eyebrows pinched. Mom may consider them by name, but you and Liz always viewed them exclusively as the mean old couple who would yell at anyone under 25 who crossed their paths. Your ma continued on with the story, spreading strawberry jam over a piece of toast as she did so. They've decided not to take big trips anymore. Friends and family will be visiting them at their home. That's nice for them, then. Have a good summer, meet grandparents with no grandkids, away from us. That's a relief. Be nice, kids. You don't want to end up like them, do you? You and your sister cracked smiles at the joke.
Well,
at least they won't be here to yell at my children anymore.
lovely.
And that blunt comment got laughter from all three of you. Engrossed in conversation once more, you continued to chat with your family until the meal was over. Step 3. 3 times the charm? Okay. Well, now I'm nervous. Step 3 for what? As it went, once the food was eaten, the cleanup had to be done. Liz took the role of washing the dishes and passed them to you for drying and putting away. You had a set of cups in front of you that needed to go on the top shelf of the cabinet. We were very tall. Were we tall before? I think we were just normal tall. The task was pretty straightforward for you. You were tall. That was simply your lot in life. You'd always been vertically gifted. You felt great about how things were. Your height was something about yourself that you were always quite pleased with. Liz shook you out of your internal musing by starting up an impromptu conversation. She seemed to be voicing the thoughts that had been buzzing around in her own head. I have to say, going back for another semester this fall is pretty intimidating. You'd think after the first year or two I'd have a handle on things, but no. You stole a glance at her, still placing cups in the proper place. I guess it's only fair. My first round was pretty general, classes, and year 1 of my architecture major was the basics. You're an architect? Now it feels serious. I have to actually know some things. The laugh she gave was flippantly airy, but the way she scrubbed at the plates held more force than necessary. I'm sure she's fine. I think it's cool you want to be an architect. Don't be too impressed yet. Wait to see if it actually happens, but thanks. Your older sister's mouth quirked into a small smile. It'll be fine, one way or another.
Oh.
But I'm not trying to scare you away from college, if that's even your plan. What's going on with that anyway? Girl, I don't know. A general idea, I guess. You answered the question as much as you were able and willing to. Liz's smile grew more reassuring as you did. You've made it through 12 years of full-time education already. You've got plenty going for you. Sometimes it still felt hard to believe your public schooling experience was over. In the end, we did all right. Yeah, you worked hard, extremely hard, but rewarded with great grades. You soared through with high marks. Yeah. I don't know. You're satisfied leaving it there. It had been a familiar and fulfilling part of your life, but you were ready to move on. Liz picked up on the silence her question ended up creating. She decided it was time to make a closing statement on the topic.
You're a good kid.
Do what's best for you, and we'll be here to back it up. Thanks, Liz. At that, Liz happily passed the final dish your way. She waved a soapy-soaked hand as a farewell and moved on to her next task for the cleanup job. You refocused on getting the last pieces put back where they belonged. We eventually moved on to a new chore, but that was interrupted by the sound of your cell phone. Cove can finally stop coming to my window. There are better ways to contact me. That shit's just set to vibrate. I don't even know what my ringtone is. I haven't heard that bitch in a long time. You casually picked it up from the table where you had placed it earlier. The phone was a couple years old at this point, having been a 16th birthday gift from your parents. They decided which model to get, but you got to pick the color. Is turquoise an option? It is an option! It's turquoise. And it had a special charm attached to it, which was a crystal. Can we be a crystal girly? A string of beads. The turtle keychain Cove bought you when you were a kid. Stop. That's so fucking cute. We gotta pick that one because that's so fucking cute. You were pleased when you finally had a prominent place to use the gift. The screen lit up as you gave the little device a swipe with one finger. You were informed by the caller ID that it was Lee. You weren't surprised. Despite having busier and busier lives and not living in the same town, you still had a good relationship with your cousin of the same age. Especially once the miracle of the both of you having your own phones actually happened. She got hers first, though, of course she did. Tapping at the accept button, you answered her call. A familiar, bubbly voice came through right after.
Hi.
Hey, Mel. Hiya. Stop, this is adorable. I trust I'm not interrupting anything major. Only some cleaning around the house. Oh, then you're welcome for my call. A distraction from that must have been desperately needed. Yes, thank you, my dear cousin.
My pleasure.
She giggled and you could hear the jangling of jewelry she must be wearing. Nothing amazing is happening for me either. I'm bored and felt like chatting. My morning shift ended, so I'm free for the rest of the day. Love that for her. That's good. We just graduated high school, and it looks like our family is financially fine. Yeah. So Melstream, welcome in, Overlord. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I guess we're unemployed. Coral, we just finished school. Unlike you, Lee had started dipping her toes into the workforce as of late. It had made keeping in touch frequently even more complicated, but you both managed. What about you? It's been pretty normal.
Cool.
That's you then. So, how's Mr. Cove Holden doing? Not the whole fucking name. There was a teasing bent to her tone. She was never willing to let up on what was going on between the two of you. But that name was incredibly familiar to your ears. Cove, your next door neighbor for the past decade at this point. That's crazy. But he was far more than just someone who had lived on the same street. You vividly remembered the summer day you expressed feelings for each other as little 13-year-olds. You started officially dating years ago, I guess. Love with him, but that was one thing you hadn't admitted yet, but didn't want to talk about that at this point in your life. I guess? Doing fine, bought donuts and made tea. Nice, nice. I hope your donuts and tea were delicious. We're dating Cove now. And we're no longer 13. It's a beautiful day. Are you even surviving without the boy being 10 feet away at all times? Or is everything right with the world again and he's back? Are we that fucking clingy? No, Lee, he isn't here. Just like he wasn't here yesterday or the last time you asked or the time before that. I'm so glad that Overlord, thanks for popping off with this.
Sorry.
My bad. Can you blame me? Doesn't it seem like he should have made his grand return already? Where is he? Plus, I want to visit soon, and he needs to be there too. Where is he? Wait, what do you mean? You can understand where she was coming from. This was certainly outside the norm. For the past couple of months, and the last few weeks especially, Cove had been going to his mom's place in Nevada. The two of you still regularly stayed in contact over text and calls, but still. Your mind began to drift back in time to all the prior trips he'd taken to visit her. Almost every year, he'd have to go away for a while, and then he'd be back. I mean, that's been routine the whole time we've known him. Like, that's fine. Give him special treasures to take with him before he left. Ship out care packages to him and his mom. The care packages is really fucking cute. It was always full of really great stuff. He sent you regular letters in return. That's how it was in the past, but lately he'd been trying to see her as much as he could before taking long trips to another state became too impractical to do. Hey, what does that mean? His part-time work could become full-time soon, or he could be moving somewhere else for school. Cove hadn't actually been entirely clear what his plans were after graduation. Oh. Damn. They're my donuts, I'll give one next time. Not Overlord refusing to share. Cove was hesitant to speak on that, even with you. Couldn't be avoided forever, though. You both knew that.
Well?
Maybe we should switch this up to a non-Cove related topic? Sounds like a plan. The rest of the conversation rolled on. Not much longer, though. Lee had to go, and you needed to finish your responsibilities around the house. The both of you exchanged goodbyes, then you went back to what you'd been working on before the call came in. As you wrapped up the last of your chores, you were approached by Liz wearing a cheeky smile. I've got Mom's keys. Want to get out of this tiny town and do some shopping in a real city? That sounds great.
Good.
I'm glad she's driving. I don't know if our character knows how to drive. This is where we make that decision. Even though you could drive too, it was her plan. She could do it if she wanted. My thoughts exactly. Get your wallet and anything else. We're going now. With a nod, you made a quick detour to collect your stuff from your bedroom. You had money saved up from gifts you'd received. After making sure you both were fully prepared for the long haul to the largest city in the surrounding area, you buckled into the car. It was a smooth ride there, with light conversation about what shops to stop at and the radio blasting. Liz controlled what was played, but she made sure to pick songs she knew you liked. It was something the two of you had always done for each other. The trip there breezed by, and in what felt like no time, you had gone from cruising down the road to cruising through the mall. Liz had her interests to check out, and you yours. Your hobbies and skills were still the ones you developed when you were younger. Yeah, we're still the art bitch, I guess. When turning a corner down the new length of the mall, your eyes caught on a little gift store. Your friends and family had recently given you many presents for graduating high school. You had a gift of your own ready to give Cove when the chance came. Yeah, I'm sure we would have already thought of that, actually. It was something you had known you wanted to do and were looking forward to seeing his reaction. Graduation may have already come and gone, but Cove wasn't really around, so you had to wait. Eventually, the mall was explored in full, with every shop of note being checked over. Rather than going home, you decided to walk over some smaller stores nearby. Liz had many thoughts on that topic.
So?
Honestly, malls are not a bastion of society, even if smaller stores required extra distance. Overlord, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Zenith. That is so kind of you. Best buddy missing his little tree. That is so kind of you to give Zenith his tree back. Okay. Then your sister abruptly stopped speaking and walking right in the middle of the path. It was a good thing no one was behind her. She seemed to entirely shut off for a moment. Liz? Damn it, not me. Oh. Well, that's awkward. The attempt to catch her attention was unsuccessful. Something else had all her focus. Before you could puzzle out what might be happening, she began to mumble out of the corner of her mouth. Mel, don't draw attention, but look. Girl, what? With a harsh whisper and a subtle jerk to her head, she urged you once more.
Hey.
Look. You followed her gaze as best you could to a large bunch of colorful teens strolling down the same path. Okay. You faced back over to your sister with a confused expression and an unspoken question. What were you supposed to be seeing there? This is the second month in a row. Love you, best buddy. Look at that. Mel, doesn't one of them seem familiar? She was practically bouncing at this point, so you looked the group over again, and this time, you saw what she was seeing. Is that the kid that never showed up again? Amongst the collection of strangers was brown hair, gray eyes, and lots of freckles. That's Shiloh! Our Shiloh from when we were kids. Yep, that was definitely him. I can't believe it. He's honestly just there. That's hilarious. That's incredible. Oh, but how do we talk to him? We'd have to pull him away from all those other people, and what if I'm wrong? Your mouth opened to reply, but she cut it off with her own answer to the question. I've got it. I'll shout the name Shiloh, and then we can act like it wasn't us. If he responds to that, we'll know without a doubt it's him. Mel, keep an eye out and see if he looks. This is crazy. Liz, can't you just try talking to him normally? Likely without even hearing what you had to say, Liz put her plan into action. Shiloh! She loudly projected the word across the way and then put on an act of casualness, turning her head away from the scene while brushing at the skirt of her dress. In a supremely awkward moment, you could only stand there as attention in the area shifted to the two of you thanks to your sister's shout. But the many startled bystanders who became altered to your presence, one of them was the boy. From a distance, his large eyes met yours. He looked. A wide grin over Liz's face. She pushed the rim of her sun hat up and away from her face while swishing back around to greet her old friend directly. Shiloh! Waving, she stepped a bit closer to express her intention to meet without really closing the gap. She wanted him to come to her. Who you presumed to be Shiloh looked surprised at the call-out. He stole a quick glance to the crowd he was with and hesitantly glanced back your way. He was trying to double-check something. Liz remained steadfast with her gaze trained on him, and ultimately, he broke away from the rest of them. After a light-footed jog across the brick path, the young man pleasantly presented himself in front of Liz and you.
Hi.
I like your hat. Just a simple greeting had Liz giggling.
Hey.
I'm not sure if you remember this, but I'm Lizzie and that's Mel. We were all friends when we were little kids. His already wide eyes grew even larger, their gaze darting between you and Liz. His previously chipper demeanor faded into something delicate. I'm really sorry, but I think you have the wrong person. Oh, that's embarrassing. You could tell not being instantly recognized was going to make this exchange more of a challenge. Still, Liz was undeterred. It was a long time ago. You were really young. I get why you feel like that. However, I'm positive I'm right. You're exactly the same. That face, the freckles, how genially you try to phrase things. You're even still wearing a hat. Instinctively, he looked up at his headwear and with creased brows, not making the connection on why the hat meant something to her.
Okay.
We knew each other, okay? An uneasy smile settled on him as a silence followed Liz's speech. He was picking his next words carefully. And then the quiet was obliterated by a new voice bursting into the conversation. Shiloh, what are you doing? The rest of the group already left. A field trip is not a vacation. We are on a schedule. Oh. Startled, your head snapped towards the path. A distinctly unhappy individual with piercing magenta eyes, dark brown skin, and a sharp jaw stormed your way. He carried a cloud of authority with him, despite looking like he wasn't even 18 yet.
Sorry.
I didn't mean to ditch. Shiloh, whose name was now officially confirmed, gestured with a hand to add the explanation of his absence as the stranger watched impatiently. They thought they recognized me as someone they knew, but it was a tiny misunderstanding. Liz theoretically as well literally put her foot down at that, stomping in frustration and getting more childish the longer she was around her childhood companion.
Come on.
We do know you. Shiloh merely shrunk in on himself. The tone he spoke with was pained. Sorry. You honestly couldn't tell if he was apologizing for the upset feelings of your sister or the palpable dissatisfaction of his new acquaintance. That in of itself was very Shiloh-like. Oh, you know him? Is that it? The stranger spoke in a dismissively scoffing tone, as if the words sounded so absurd to him. It was almost amusing. Almost. But the sternness of his demeanor quickly reinstated itself. Well, do you know me? I'll tell you. I'm someone who's been forced against his will to be aware of what's going on in Shiloh's ridiculous personal life for a year. What the fuck does that mean? It's one of those guys. What does that mean? Welcome in, Queefy. How are you? I hope you're doing well. If the two of you had any importance in his general day-to-day existence, it would have come up by now. Don't bother trying to exaggerate any trivial connection you might have. It's not good enough. He's with us, and you'll survive without him. Now stop loitering in the road. It's rude. What is going on?
Excuse me?
We're the rude ones? The high-strung ranting got an audible gasp from Shiloh, who finally started to speak up again in defense. Nate, that's really mean. It's also true. We're leaving. With that declaration, the unofficial introduced Nate indignantly spun on his heels and walked speedily towards where the group went, completely confident that Shiloh would follow behind. Oh, people can sure have bad attitudes, huh? Why can't they just try to get along? It's not hard. Don't worry, though. I bet you won't have to deal with him again. And I'm sorry I can't stay to talk to you, but I hope you have a really nice life.
Bye.
Okay. And that was it. His final parting words given, Shiloh left the two of you behind to catch up with his own life that he had to go live. Liz watched his exit, stunned, only to frown when it hit her that he was really gone as quickly as he appeared. It happened so fast you hadn't even been able to get a word in. She sighed, all the energy she built up releasing with the breath. Could have told him his last name was Fields. His birthday is October 30th. That would have proved it. But no. Well, damn. You had no other words for what just unfolded. It's one of those kids who got a small sliver of authority and has decided to abuse every bit of it. Nate really is something. Rest in peace to Shiloh. Do you want to go catch up with him? Liz merely shook her head, pushing off childish thoughts. I think we can leave it there. Thanks. He's in the middle of a high school field trip, and it was already enough being able to see him. Not Liz going for the boyo. She just wanted to say hi. God forbid childhood friends wants to say hi. There's something reassuring about witnessing firsthand that he's still out there, enjoying his own part of the world. Though, if given the chance, I could definitely have a few words with him about the company he's got. She laughed, but you could tell there wasn't much humor to it. She was mad at that guy, even if she was happy to let Shiloh go. Maybe they're only with each other because of the trip, and it's not usually how things are.
Right?
True, we can only hope the same for him as he did for us. Have a nice life, Shiloh. Have a good life. Liz smiled at you. It had the self-confidence you knew so well from her. Come on, kid, let's finish our own trip. Yeah. No matter how either of you really felt about the occurrence, it was something you simply had to accept. People you know just disappear and reappear in the most unexpected ways. The two of you enjoyed what remained of your outing until it was time to return home. By the time you arrived back, the sun was already beginning to set. You arched your back as you stretched your arms towards the ceiling. While it had been a good day, it had enough activity to cover an entire week. Liz tried to hide a yawn behind her hands. You weren't the only one feeling worn out. I'll be heading up to your room. I mean, the guest room, since mine stopped being available as soon as I was out the door. Her tone was light. She had quite a lot to say on the subject when you'd first taken over her bigger room after she left for college, but there have been many trips back home for her since then. The room hasn't been hers for years. It was more of a running joke now that she continued to bring the topic up to this day. That's crazy. I didn't see your name on it. Thanks for being so gracious about giving it up. No, that's funny. I had no choice. A small laugh was shared between you and your older sister.
Mm-hmm.
You better believe you'll be back in the guest room when you've got your own place and we're both in town for a visit. Uh-huh, sure. Your sarcasm won't save you here. I'm taking that as an agreement. She flashed a familiar grin and you couldn't help but feel glad she was back around, even if it was temporary. With that, she plodded off to the spare room. You were ready to do the same. Moving into a new space was your first opportunity to decorate from scratch. I get to design my room? Oh. Oh, well, this is great. Okay. Oh. I like this layout. This layout is nice. Okay. Oh, we gotta put everything. Okay, what's... Oh! Okay. I like these. I am kind of vibing with the shark. That's very pretty. Okay. Stop, that's so fucking cute. There are no lights. Okay, that's fine. Go full on edgy. I don't know if that's an option. It's my favorite layout. This layout is really good. Seal's being a creepo though. What do you mean? Oh, I didn't even see that. That's really fucking funny. Where's my emotional support 4K Owlth print? I don't know. It wasn't an option. I guess we could have a telescope. That could be cool. Okay. I like this. You were really satisfied with the feel of your tiny part of the world. As your thoughts drifted, you tried to bite down another yawn. It was no good. Your bed was now lodged in your mind and all you could think about was collapsing on it. You trudged up the stairs to your room. Stepping inside, you closed the door behind you, blocking the rest of the house. When you turned back around, you realized you were not alone there. Comfortably perched on the windowsill was someone very familiar to you. Is he allergic to doors? What is wrong with him? Cove Holden. What the hell? How are you here? The shock knocked all the words out of me. Sure, I don't want to be rude. Surprise? His tone was easy and relaxed. It certainly was a surprise. You hadn't expected him to be within the state, never mind your own house. He hadn't answered how he had suddenly just appeared back in Sunset Bird, though to be fair, you'd been too astounded to actually ask the question. Thankfully, Cove took the hint from your stunned expression and began to explain.
So...
I got in about 15 minutes ago. No one was home, so I figured I'd come in the usual way. This kid. The usual way implies that he does this all the fucking time. Our moms have to know, and they're just too nice to say anything. The window. What's wrong with this kid? A small smile had formed on his face. You were still staring at him, unable to blink in case he disappeared. You could still barely believe that he was really there, mere feet away from you. Gonna be spending the first night at the new bedroom. Overlord, to be fair, the bedroom's not new anymore. In the timeline of the life of our character, that was like 2 years ago. I left my bags in your backyard. I hope that's all right. That's fucking crazy. That was when you truly understood. Cove had come straight to you upon getting back to town. You were his first port of call, taking precedence above all else. Does his dad know he's supposed to be here? Even though you hadn't been in when he called, Cove had ensured that he'd see you at the earliest opportunity, rather than allowing his plans to change. We'll laugh. We'll give him a laugh. The delight bubbled out of you as a fit of chuckles. He could never even attempt to hide how he felt about anything, including you. No, truly. I have never seen a fictional character be more of an open book. Cove dropped from his seat on the windowsill, landing lightly on his feet. He made his way over to you, the smile still resting on his face. Trouble's back in town is crazy. You didn't need to say anything. Guys, what are we doing? While he still loves us after the horrors, though? What horrors did he experience? I guess we're not 13 anymore. We can kiss him as a treat. A big nice smooch. It's as I thought. He instinctively began to close his eyes as your face leaned closer to his. On the forehead is so fucking cute. Employment, my personality got worse. No, that's fair. That is so fair. I'm going to assume that the worst of it started with some, like, fuck-ass shit, like, retail or, like, the food industry. That shit's rough. He met you part way and the two of you shared a gentle greeting kiss. You then stepped back a bit. Cove rubbed the side of his head and furtively glanced down? Though he couldn't help getting a little nervous still, he was beaming. I don't know how long we've been together, but it is wild that he's nervous all of the time still. I missed you. Even if he hadn't said it outright, you would have gotten the message. Are we popping off, Overlord? Is this what you were here for? This was the whole reason we're here, truly. You would have gotten the message from his body language. Cove was grinning widely, his raised cheeks varying his eyes, which gleamed like hidden gems. But he looked at you as if you were the most exciting treasure of all. How was the trip? Cove's brow creased as he considered your question. Cove stepped closer towards you. He cupped your face with his hands, gently guiding your chin so your eyes met his. All this to tell me how the trip went? You could feel the beat of your racing pulse against his fingertips. Boyfriend acquired, achievement speedrun, no death threat. Could you imagine if death was an outcome in this game? Like, what the fuck choice would you have had to make? I hated it. Let's never be apart again, okay? Oh, no, yeah, Lee was right. We are clingy. He said that absolutely as a joke, an exaggeration, something that wasn't a real request, of course. And yet, despite all that, it felt real. Your heart hammered in your chest. Your head swam, cast adrift on a tide of thoughts and adrenaline. Cove smiled, as if offering a silent apology for his sudden onslaught of tenderness, but he let the words proudly hang in the air all the same. Cove told you about how his trip back had gone. Soon you'd even recovered enough to actually listen. His mom was doing really well. She had a project in the works that she was thrilled about. As a result, Cove was going to be sticking around in Sunset Bird for the time being. Things were settled, as much as they ever could be. With Cove back once more, you felt at ease. Cove stretched his arms out over his head. Does his dad know that he's home? Or has he just been at my house all day? Cove stretched his arms out over his head, his eyes on the window at the world beyond. The sun had set while you'd been busy reuniting.
Well,
I should probably get my stuff and see Dad. He glanced over to you with a familiar, expectant look. Want to come with me? Why the hell not? You. All right.
cool.
Cove began to head to your bedroom door. We're gonna follow after him. The two of you casually went down to the ground floor of your house. In all the excitement of Cove's return, you hadn't even remembered the gift you'd prepared when he got back. It would be the best to give it to him now before he left your house. Can you wait here for a little while? I got something for you. Cove tilted his head, intrigued.
Really?
You nodded with some eagerness, trying to imagine how he'd react when he actually saw it. Hadn't been something you could... We made him something! Stop, that's adorable. Something you made yourself. You rushed upstairs to collect the gift you made for him. It was the end product of hours of labor, including thinking about Cove, what he meant to you, and what would bring him the most joy. A decorative sculpture would be kind of fire, actually. Your heart skipped a beat as you picked it up, excitement growing as you looked down at the sculpture. You hurried back down to Cove. You carefully made the trip back down the stairs. Cove looked up at you as you approached. Not wanting to put it off any longer, you hopefully held out your gift to him. It's the sculpture. Cove's eyes widened as he took it in.
That's...
Did you make that for me? His words were faint. I did. Cove smiled, blinking rapidly as he shook his head. You went to that much effort? He grinned, tearing his glossy eyes away from your present long enough to look at you. I can't believe you. I'll take really, really good care of it. He cradled the gift in his fingers as he took it from your hands. It's irreplaceable. Yeah, because there's no way I'd be able to make it again. Cove reverently laid the gift safely on the counter, but he didn't turn back to face you once he had ensured it was secure. Though his face was angled away from you, you caught his eyelashes fluttering as if batting away tears. His throat bobbed as he swallowed bubbling emotions. You knew that Cove could be sentimental. The gift and all the memories and feelings tied up in it seemed to have taken a toll on him. When he began to sniffle, you felt the need to reach out. Cove? I can't... No, I don't know what to do. Oh. A wild Elden Ring sculpture? The best gift ever. We just casually make an Elden Ring sculpture. He forcefully scrubbed at his eyes, like he was trying to push the tears that threatened to spill back in. Oh, Cove, it's okay. Do you need to cry? No. Nevertheless, tears had begun to spill down his cheeks. Even as he wiped them away, more took their place. Thank you. This is the most sentimental man I've ever seen in my life. His voice quavered as he spoke. Cove reached out. You gladly stepped forward to meet him. You laid his warm hands against your cheeks and brought his lips to yours. You kissed Cove until the need for air finally won out. Head spinning, you were glad of the security of Cove's hands. Even after your lips had parted, Cove remained close, his hand still framing your face. Not the PDA in the entryway. You're such a crybaby. You didn't need words as you quietly accepted his appreciation. Cove let out a steady breath. It was far removed from the shaky gasps that had accompanied his sniffles. The tears had dried. His eyes were a little red, but open and at peace once again. He smiled, fully recovered from the emotion that had overcome him. PDA in the entryway! That's the worst kind! Truly. I would cry too if I was given a Dark Souls sculpture. Damn. You guys heard it here first. If you want to make Overlord cry, give him a Dark Souls sculpture. You're really seriously too nice to me. You smiled back. I don't think there's such a thing as too nice when it comes to you. Oh, these bitches are in love. Cove brushed his hand against the pale ghost of a scar on his arm. He was at loss for what to do now. The clock ticked away, counting the seconds of silence. Once you had the chance to settle your thoughts, you figured you'd tell Cove the intriguing news. What news? Oh, I meant to tell you earlier. I saw Shiloh today.
Huh?
Shiloh? Cove repeated the name, his expression blank. Yeah, he does not remember this kid. Statue of Slave Knight Gale coming right up. From when we were kids. Cove pondered for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Oh, he was the freckly boy from the first summer, right? The one who moved? I met a guy named Shiloh. He looked just like the Shiloh we knew, plus however many years. But he didn't remember me and just left. Cove frowned. That's, I don't know. Too bad I missed it, though you knew him better than I did. That was definitely true. Not only had Cove known Shiloh for a shorter period of time, but he and Shiloh had never quite gotten along. Not that they were enemies either, just kids who were only ever together because of people they both knew. I wonder what Shiloh's up to these days. Girl, I also wonder. I don't have any idea. He didn't say much.
Oh.
Oh well. That was everything you had on that news item, so you moved on to the next big update. Also, you know the mean old neighbors? The ones who would always yell at us? He cringed, recalling those particular memories of back in the day was not pleasant, even for someone as nostalgic as him. Yeah? They're not coming. They didn't rent the condo this summer. Cove's jaw dropped. You didn't blame him. The elderly couple had been an institution as far back as you could remember, long predating Cove's arrival. Even now, as a teenager, you found your neck pricking as you walked by their condo, half expecting a scolding for breathing the wrong way in the vicinity of their vacation home. That's crazy. It was strange to think of that coming to an end. Wow. Give the boyfriend a big nice smooch. Don't even worry about it, Overlord. They're taking care of that. Cove blinked, clearly struggling with the idea in the same way you had. I didn't see that coming. People being gone, people coming back. Feels like I've missed a lot. I mean, I don't know how long you were gone. This has been a busy summer already. Well, you haven't missed the fireflies. They haven't shown up yet. Well, that's something, and we better not get left behind. There's still stuff to do. Desi, welcome in! How are you? I hope you're doing well. Can't say, but I wanted to say hi. Thanks for dropping in and saying hi. I hope you're doing well. You nodded. The two of you headed out and traced the most familiar path you'd ever walked. The trip across the road over to Cove's house. Finally, someone is letting his father know that he made it home safely. Like, if this were me, if I were Cove, my mom would have called hours ago being like, hey bitch, where you at? Did you make it home yet? She would have called so many times. Every time I drive down to my parents' house, she calls at least twice being like, hey, where you at? When will you be here? Welcome back from ad jail, Desi. I'm sorry it got timed that way. Shiloh hadn't been in the beach town I forgot the name of for years. He probably legit forgot about them. No, like, for real, he had to have been, like, what, 5 or 6? 5 or 6. So, like, I'm gonna be honest. I don't really have memories from being 5 or 6. I mean, to be fair, I'm 27 now instead of 16, like what Shiloh would probably be around right now. But I think even at 16, I would not have recognized somebody that I hadn't seen since I was like 5 or 6. Hanukkah's on the 6th, so like a couple of days. Oh, that's so exciting. Desi, I got last month's copy of G Fantasy. It came in today. Do you want a picture of like the... I'm sure you've already seen them, but if you haven't, would you like a picture of like the ads in it for Hanako-kun? Because they've got like a couple of things in there for the anime. Also like 3 pages of merch. It's fucking crazy. I do not remember most of my childhood. Please do send. Okay, I will get that to you after stream. I feel like there are pieces scattered throughout my childhood that I remember, like big standout memories, but like as the overall, girl, I don't know. Is it the one of Hananene with the scarf? I think it is. I think it is. The G Fantasy cover, I mean. No, it's not the cover. It's like... I got the G Fantasy volume that's like the white cover with Sebastian on it. The one for like the... it's technically the July issue, but like it comes out in June. I find that confusing. It's the most recent one. But there was a lot of like Hanako stuff in there that I thought was really cute. Childhood was a filler arc for me, to be completely honest. I'm gonna be real. I feel like I'm at the stage of my life where while childhood might have felt like a filler arc, we're kind of at the point now where like that shit's like being relevant again. And it's like, oh, so you mean this thing that happened, or like this thing that happened, or just like the way I was raised actually impacted my life? That's crazy. And like not all in a bad way either. I want to clarify. This is a neutral thing. It's like good and bad, and just like, oh, that explains why I am the way that I am kind of way. Weird how that works. It seemed that no sooner had the night begun than it was already at an end, and the dawn of a new day was soon upon you. The next morning, your belly was full of breakfast, and you were in a pleasant mood. You hoped the rest of the day followed suit. Later, you were meeting up with your friends, Cove, Miranda, and Terry, to go into town. Oh, sick. I missed a bit of the G Fantasy discussion. I was trying to connect my headphones to better hear you. It's 3 a.m. here. Oh, that's fair, that's fair. I was basically just saying it's the most recent issue. It's not like the cover, but there was like just some like cute art with the ads and stuff in it, because they had like a little page about the new season. And I was like, oh, that's so fucking cute. I'll show you. I wish my belly was full of breakfast. No, for real. I'm sitting here like, do I want to wrap up stream a little early? As soon as we finish this scene, I might wrap up stream a little early so I can eat dinner. I might do that, I fear. It was all on short notice, but that was because everyone was just so excited that Cove was finally back home. You mean he didn't, like, tell us when he would be back? That's crazy. I do not recognize the new issue, so if you sent it, I'd be really glad. Okay, awesome. I will do that then. Having a nice daydream? You blinked, pushing all your thoughts away and returning to reality. Your mom was watching you with a teasing smile.
Alright.
So, what's on the agenda today? I'm meeting up with some people. Way to be vague. In exchange, I need you to see the Hananene G Fantasy cover from a couple months ago or something. Yes, I would love to. You know, Desi, it's really funny because I'm sitting here, like, knowing I'm going to eventually want to collect Toilet Bound Hanako-kun covers as well. So I'm just sitting here, like, as soon as the next one, I don't even read the manga yet, but, like, as soon as they get a cover, I'll probably order it. It's the cutest shit I've ever seen in my life. No, I really love the art style of Hanako-kun. It's just so tasty. I hope you and your friends have fun. Don't get into too much trouble. I will try not to. She winked at you. You knew both of your moms wanted you to enjoy every bit of the summer before all the big changes started. I'll try.
That'd be great.
But before you go gallivanting around the town, could you bring the mail? Did you bring the mail in? I'm finishing up putting the dishes away over here. Alright. Thanks very much. As soon as you are not... Okay. Cove's dad is giving gender envy. What I would do to look like that? It's all pastel orange and soft colors, and Nene trying to take care of a blushing as hell Hanako-kun. That's adorable. Do you want to continue some leaks so you can get the limited edition merch I got? Desi, I'm gonna be so real. I can't afford to be spending money on a bunch of merch right now. I got some, like, trips and stuff I'm saving up for, so I'm going to try to be responsible and say no this time, because I know I will be very tempted. Talking to people reselling them on Vinted, so it's not, like, insanely pricey. No, I get that. It's just, when it is, like, people reselling it, I feel more of a drive that, like, I need to get it right now kind of thing, and I don't need to be spending money that frivolously right now. That's so very... Yeah. Gallivant is a fun word. People don't use it enough. It does not get used hardly ever. As soon as you were outside your front door, you couldn't help but see Cove and his dad standing around in the road. Why are they just standing around in the road? They noticed you too.
Hey.
Hey there, Mel. Hi, good timing. You should come join us. Can I get the mail first? I'm not gonna kiss him in front of his father. That's fucking weird. I guess we'll hug him. That's normal. Melting into his arms, Cove held you tightly until you were ready to let go. His eyes shone brightly with so much adoration that you feared your heart might stop. That's crazy. Even after all this time, being with him hadn't gotten any less thrilling. You noticed Mr. Holden was taking in the scene of you and Cove with a self-satisfied smile. That's crazy. I wonder if he's sitting there like, I made this happen. I paid those $20 10 years ago and look at him now. I wonder if he is thinking about that. Cove followed your line of sight and shot his dad an unimpressed look. For a moment, Mr. Holden seemed like he had a thought dancing on the tip of his tongue, but he decided to keep it to himself. Oh, he's absolutely thinking about that.
So.
I would have given him a noogie. I don't want to bring that kind of energy into this. Not that kind of bullying energy. I don't know, that just feels a little aggressive to me personally. That's extremely fair. I just get like that heavily with Toypon Hanako-kun. Like, if I was going insane over merch, one last offer and then I'll lay off. If you want, I can find on Vinted the G Fantasy Oyster Seal cover magazine with the Hanako-kun coasters. Oh, that's so fucking cute. I'm okay though, Desi. I've gotten pretty good at being able to, like, find things like that when I'm ready to spend money on it, but if I ever am in need of help finding something, I will come to you about it, I guess. Just offering in case you were interested in that, because Kuro and Hanako... Oh no, I am. I just should not be doing that right now. But now I realize that is a thing to still look for in the future. I'm trying to be fiscally responsible, especially because I got into crochet really heavy this summer, and I have already told like 4 people that I'm going to make them a blanket for Christmas, and I need to get started on that, so it's a lot of yarn to be bought in my future. That's 100% fair. Just know I'm ready to help if you'll need it. Yeah, I really appreciate that, Desi. I really do. Alright, so what are we up to today? As far as I know, nothing too much. Me and Cove are going to meet some friends in town later. Sounds like a plan to me. Yawning, Mr. Holden stretched his arms over his head. My boy and I have just been waiting around to see what the new neighbors are like. So they are just hanging out in the middle of the road for the hell of it. Probably would have put a damper on the romance. I just have a weird sense of humor. No, that's fair, that's fair. I feel like it definitely depends on, I guess, I don't know. What the fuck am I trying to say? I guess it depends on the, like, kind of lighthearted, pestering with love you grew up with. Because I know, like, my family very much is a pester with love. But, like, there are, like, certain things that definitely still fall under that category that we just never did. So, like, to me, it feels, like, a little aggressive. But that is purely, like, a me thing, I think. Why are we popping off, Zenith? Are you playing Marvel Rivals? That was a fantastic victory. I love that for you, Zenith. Still gotta get myself the G Fantasy volume with the coasters, but unfortunately I'm trying to be conscious of my spending until at least I get my own money by the end of the year or something. No, that's fair, Desi. I also have the problem where currently my collection is getting too big for the space that I have to work with. Because I only have that bookshelf, a really tiny bookshelf that is off camera, and then my nightstand has a little place where I've been, like, putting some bigger things. But, yeah. I'm just sitting here like, there's so many things that I know I'm going to be getting within the next, like, year. And it's like, I have no fucking clue where I'm putting them. Being autistic is expensive. And also, I need to learn how to play Tetris, I think, to get my bookshelf set up. You got that first try, holy crap. Wait, guessing that you were playing Marvel Rivals? Or, like, did you do something really crazy? Also, wouldn't have anywhere to keep the G Fantasy magazine. Trust I'll probably resell it and just keep the coasters. Well, no, that's fair. I've been prioritizing buying, like, the new, because I'm collecting all the volumes, all the, like, magazine volumes that have Black Butler covers, and I'm prioritizing, like, the ones that are coming out now, over, like, buying the backlog, because also, the older the volume, the more expensive it is on eBay, at least, from what I've noticed. I saw somebody, this is crazy to me, but I don't know if I just, like, am not in the space well enough to, like, for this to be justified, but, just so everyone knows what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay. So, I won't go to big screen, because y'all don't need a whole lot of context. So, we're talking about manga magazines, and it's literally just, like paper. It's not, like, the, like, nicer, glossier, like, I guess cardstock. I don't know. It's not, like, the really, you know, now that I think about it, I think all magazines are kind of not super nice printing materials, because they're supposed to be cheap. But I saw somebody, they were taking, like, magazine covers of Black Butler, just the covers, ripped off the magazine, like, ripped off of this, and, they had, like, 10 of them that they were selling for, like, over $100, and I was like, that's fucking insane. What do you mean? Because I'm the kind of person, I don't want the cover. Like, I want the cover. The cover's the reason I'm buying it, but I want the whole thing. I don't just want the cover ripped off of it, because, I don't know. Maybe that's just my brain, but I'm like, why would I just buy the cover? Like, at that point, I could just print the pictures off and save myself $100. Like, I don't understand, but that's fine. Being autistic is so expensive. Add an ADHD, and it's a deadly combination of spending a ton of money you probably shouldn't. Yeah. Absolutely. My bank account is still recovering from the anime convention I went to back in May. But that's okay. It's fine. In eBay, I used to find the Toilet Bound Hanako cards I wanted for like 80 to 100 plus euros, but on Vinted, I lucked out and got it for like 20, which is reasonable enough. I need to check Vinted more. eBay's just been easier for me, but I have been able to get like stuff for pretty decent. I've been able to get stuff for pretty decent. Like, I got the entire like series of Kazeteki no Uta for $50, and that's like 10 manga volumes, and also shipping from Japan. I feel like that was pretty decent. It's the black market of magazines. The sellers are selling the different parts of the body to different clients. No, like, I saw that, and I was like, 10 manga magazines for $100 is great, because I don't know why, but when you buy manga magazines in the US, it will cost you $30 to $40 at the cheapest, unless you get lucky, like getting somebody who's nice, which is crazy to me, because shipping it's like $20. And the magazine itself is like $5. So they're making a lot of profit on it. And I know that. But I still pay it anyway. But the profit margin on that is insane. So when I was like, okay, 10 manga magazines for $100, it's a lot, but like, hell yeah. That's cool. But then when I saw it was just the covers, I was like, this is wild. What do you mean? Anyway, now that we had to have Cove and Mr. Holden listen to me rant about about used manga magazines. Literally got all of my Hanako-kun special volumes for cheap, and all of them were new, like still closed with a clear thingy. Yeah, that's cool. I'm really happy for you, Desi. That is really fun. That I've noticed some older Black Butler cover volumes that still have the wrappers on them on eBay as well. So there's hope for me that in the future I can get some of the older stuff that I didn't get to get when it came out. Had the wrappers on them. I love that for you. It's definitely his idea. Yeah, Cove is not the type to stand in the middle of the road just to see what's going on. I don't know how you're not interested in this. It's big news. Besides, it'd only be polite to greet the new folks in town. Maybe it'll be a single dad and his son. You've been here too long if seeing a new person rent a condo is what you consider an exciting development. Anyone has to be better than the last tenants.
I don't know.
That house could be cursed. We could keep getting ones that are progressively worse. Not the cursed house. Was Bro's surname Holden this whole time? Yes. It, in fact, has been Holden this entire time. He cracked a cheeky grin at his own joke. You could tell Mr. Holden was looking at the empty house, thinking about the nightmare that was the last tenants. He chuckled, turning to Cove. Bud, that would be horrible. Knock on wood. Mr. Holden took one more glance at the currently vacant building and sighed dramatically. When he turned back to you and Cove, his whole body seemed deflated. There's no sign of them, and I still need to head over to work soon. Cove gave his dad a few reassuring pats on the back. Okay, I promise to keep an eye out. I can text you if anything happens. Really?
Of course.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, only till I leave to meet up with Terry and Miranda. Would that still work? With a wide grin breaking out on his face, Mr. Holden looked absolutely thrilled to have his nosiness enabled. That works. Cove Holden? Interesting. Is it that interesting, Zenith? Yesterday, I found a new artist from Italy with the cutest style on Instagram, and they're selling K-pop Demon Hunter stuff. Just gotta at least get a sticker sheet because it's a wonderful art style and the shipping prices are only €4 for me because they're from my country. That's so nice! I hope you're able to get something. I very much enjoyed that movie. I think it's really cool that, like, there's been a lot of artists who were going to Anime Expo, which is currently going on as we speak. Well, yeah, currently going on as we speak. I guess it would be like 6:30 in LA right now. I don't fucking know. But I've heard there's been so many artists that were able to get, like, K-pop Demon Hunters merch for Anime Expo, which is wild because the movie has only been out for, like, what, a couple of weeks? I don't think it's been out that long. Dad Holden does have a cool shirt. I will say, Dad Holden, his drip gets much better the older we all get. Every outfit's been better than the last. However, I have a time limit because it's pre-orders for now. Oof. Good luck, Desi. I hope you're able to grab at least a sticker sheet. He moved to firmly place both hands over Cove's shoulder, fixing his child with a firm stare. Son, you are my true ally in this world. He's so fucking dramatic. Mr. Holden stood up straighter, letting Cove go. He looked reinvigorated. Okay, with that settled, I'll go make some money. That's always been the one thing I do best. Good for him. Mr. Holden headed off to the garage with a big wave goodbye. Cove smiled the whole time you both watched his dad leave. Well, I don't know if he's one of my favorite people, but we do like him. You had for a long time. As soon as he was out of sight, Cove sighed lightly. Homie, you good? You okay?
Yeah.
Just not looking forward to waiting. Guess I'll be hanging around the street a while. You can go. You have windows in your house. Why are we in the street when we could be sitting at the windows in our house? I see the movie has a huge fandom already, but unfortunately, I also see that mostly no one got anything about the movie. Like, the media literacy was not present. Yeah, unfortunately, fandom's biggest op right now is fascism and media literacy, and I'm sure someone much smarter than me and much more educated could tell you why the two are linked. I'm sure it's gotta be linked. I don't have the eloquency or the full depth of being like, here's how they're linked, but I think they probably are. And somebody much more educated could tell you about all about that. But yeah, the media literacy in fandom is rough. Sometimes I feel like I legitimately like watched a completely different piece of media than some people in fandom. With the way, like with the different way people talk about it. Cause it's like there's literally no way we watched the same thing. And both of us, like, it just being so different for you, I guess. Like, I don't know. It's wild. I had someone tell me that Astarion, as like Spawn Astarion, was the most depressing thing they'd ever seen in their life, and how Ascended Astarion was much, much happier. And it's like, I don't know what else Baldur's Gate 3, the video game, can do to tell you that he is happier in the Spawn version versus the Ascended version. Like, literally, I would say, I don't know what else they could do besides Astarion looking at the camera and being like, this is much happier for me. But they kind of already do that with him, with the approval points, and then also, like, the title that they give him in the epilogue party. Like, he basically looks at the camera and is like, this is my happy ending. Like, okay, that's fine. My hot take is that like 75% of bad media takes is because super easy access to social media, i.e. phone, means you can give the absolute first take and that goes viral. That's definitely a part of it, Barmy. I do not think that is the bulk of it, but that is definitely a part of it. I can't speak for every country in the world, but I do know education in America could be improved greatly for the vast majority of us. And I think, at least from American fans, that is also a big problem with why nobody knows how to read anything. I saw someone say the Saja boy with the covered face, Zoe's soulmate, and argue that she was so depressed after his death. She didn't even know that man! She saw him, what, like twice? Did they even have a conversation? She did not know that man. You can ship them, that's fine, but to like say that in the text she was depressed, like, bro, she was chilling. They went to the hot springs. She was having the time of her life. What do you mean? I was about to say, didn't they literally do that in the epilogue party? No, they literally did, J-Train. Like, I don't know how this person walked away with that take from the game, other than like maybe they never finished the game and were heavily projecting onto Astarion to the point where they were not consuming Astarion's actual story. Because I'll admit, I have done that in the past, projecting my own trauma onto some Steven Universe characters and not actually like taking their story for what it was. But we all grow. And we all learn, and we learn to accept the story that's actually there instead of making shit up. She found him hot and that's it. She literally killed his ass, no regret. Did she even know his name? Did he even, I know they had names, but like, did he even have a name? It's so funny. It's the way that like fandom has been for K-pop Demon Hunters is crazy, because the Saja boys are not even characters. Like, it's just the main guy who is the only guy that's a character. The other ones are accessories to his character. His name was Romance or some shit. Yeah, like, they're not even characters. They are accessories to someone else. And like, I get that's the whole point. That's the critique they're trying to make. That's like all they ever needed to be. And they were just like parodying K-pop boy bands. I get that. I just think it's so funny how everyone's like, yeah, my soul would have been taken. Like, girl, you don't even know these men. You know your actual K-pop biases more than you know these men. Like, be so fucking for real. I think it's really funny, though. Cove, why don't I stay to see the new neighbors? I mean, we're gonna keep him company. I can wait with you. Yeah, I'll wait with you, but like, we don't have to wait in the street. You wouldn't abandon Cove there to wither on the road out of boredom. Really? Of course, I like keeping you company, remember? He stared at you for a moment, smiling softly and thinking about his response.
Me too.
I like that too. Hell yeah. I'm glad we enjoy each other's company. I feel like that's the bare minimum for being in a relationship. Cove put his hands on your shoulders. His thumbs absent-mindedly moved in a soothing circle. The look in his eyes was much firmer. He was serious. Mel, you are my true ally in this world. That got a fair amount of chuckles from you. He grinned, the stoicism fading into amusement.
Thank you.
You're always good to me. You're lucky to have me. It's no problem. Can't help myself. You laughed. You shook your head. You shrugged. We'll laugh. That was a silly moment. I think it was meant to also critique how women have to pull all the work in the world and more to succeed, while men just need the bare minimum to get the attention from the others. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. I think that might have also just been more of a byproduct of the girlies actually being main characters. But also, like, yeah, no, that's... I could definitely see that. The fandom missed up by a mile and proved the point as well. Okay, can I be honest? I absolutely believe you. Absolutely believe you that's happening. But can I be honest? I see more people complaining about the Saja Boys being the more popular band in real life over Huntrix than I do actually seeing people like the Saja Boys. I see a lot of people who love the girlies, and I see a lot of people complaining about people who love the boys, but I don't see that many people actually loving the boys. I bet they're out there. Not... Hi, Kay. We're talking about you, aren't we? You're one of the few. You're one of the few Saja stans in my life. How are you doing, Kay? I hope you're doing well. I mean, there's always one. No, I watched this movie with Kay and a few of our other friends. I'm so mad that I missed so much of this stream. Kay, we're dating Cove. We're official. We're also graduated high school, which I'm sure you could tell. You can kind of see him. You can kind of see him there. We're dating Cove. He's standing in the middle of the fucking street to see who's moving in. I don't know if this boy knows about... Okay, I know he knows about windows because he enters our house through our windows all the fucking time. I'll have to watch the VOD after. Okay. We've been yapping about K-pop Demon Hunters for the past few minutes. Alright, let's laugh at this man. It was soft and happy. The smile on his face reached his eyes and it made you feel electric. And then he left. He let go of you. Cove stepped over to his front porch steps, lazily taking a seat and leaning back on his arms. Our watch begins, because this is not creepy at all. I saw a friend complain about the Saja Boys before I saw the movie, and then everywhere else I look, everyone's all about the Saja Boys, which is wild because I don't even interact with the Saja Boys stuff. Okay, Desi, I think part of my experience with K-pop Demon Hunters is, I have found myself in a lot of lesbian circles on the internet. And I fear that's all I need to say about this. I did not do this on purpose. I have been categorized by TikTok, and then it just kind of happened on other social media platforms. So all I see are the girlies. But also, in my opinion, the girlies, Huntrix characters had better designs. I like their designs better, and not even in a, I don't even find fictional men attractive kind of way, because, y'all hear me play Baldur's Gate, y'all know. I don't have to explain myself. Wish I was in the lesbian circles, not the lesbian circles. The boy band is so good, but the girl band is also good. Both are good. Yes, they are. Your Idol, one of my favorite songs. Takedown, fucking banger. I think, okay, to be fair, it's a unfair comparison because the girls did have more songs. I am immune to the soda pop propaganda. It's a cute song, but it's not the kind of song I would listen to unless I had an emotional attachment to it, because I was like, man, this is just like fucking Astarian, or like some shit like that, you know? I'm in the lesbian circles on TikTok, and yet my Instagram is not putting in the work. So a lot of the cosplayers that I have been following since I was 17 years old, when I got into cosplay in the first place, a lot of them have since come out as lesbians, so it just kind of happened. Like, it just kind of happened. So my Instagram also is a lot of the girlies. Your Idol is my second favorite in my top 3. It's so fucking good! Excited to see how this chapter in the game plays out since you're dating. I'm excited too. We literally just started it, and I fear once we finish this scene, we're gonna wrap up stream. I wasn't dating Cove at this point in the game. Oh. You know, Kay, I really came out here and said, I'm not here to fuck around. As soon as it lets me, crush, romance, love. We're like, this is what the whole point. This is what we're here for. So we might have moved a tad fast, but that's okay. You slow burned, and that's good too. That's good too. I love that. That fits for you, I think. Soda Pop is my least favorite song in the movie. Same. Kay, we are both immune to soda pop propaganda. Also immune. I somehow get bored midway despite it sounding good the first time I heard it. I've actually not listened to it outside of watching the movie and sound bits on TikTok. Because fun thing about me is I watched K-pop Demon Hunters, and it reignited my crippling addiction to League of Legends. Because I said, damn, I miss my K-pop phase. Let me listen to KDA pop stars. Oh yeah, League of Legends has a boy band. They have one song. It's kind of a banger. And so K-pop Demon Hunter phase quickly turned into a League of Legends phase, I fear. I hate to say it. I'm sorry to let you guys down like this. Absolute favorite is what it sounds like. I just started crying for all of my first 3 listens of that song. No, it's good. It's really good. Is this some kind of cursed dating sim, like the one where you date a bunch of birds? It is not. Also, welcome in, Slept on a Lego. This is actually a really fucking cute dating sim where you play through different stages of your life with your childhood best friend and neighbor, who could be the love of your life, depending on how you play. That's how we've been playing it. Thank God this is not the bird dating sim. That shit got crazy. I'm glad I forced you guys to sit through me finishing the bird dating sim. I'm glad we did that together. Nodding in agreement, you joined Cove on the front porch steps. You both sat there in a comfortable familiarity as you settled in for the waiting game on the new tenants. Did I ever take the mail back into my mom? The neighborhood was quiet, and you sighed contentedly, closing your eyes and feeling the light breeze. Eventually, you both pricked up at the sound of a car. A taxi followed the noise, turning onto your street. Cove's eyebrows raised at that sight, and he sat up straight on the stoop.
Oh?
This has to be them, right? Yeah, it's gotta be. Who else could it be? I liked it in the movie, but then it got me bored whenever I tried listening to it fully on the soundtrack playlist, which is wild because it's short as hell, I think. Oh, is it? That's funny. The bird dating sim just made me want KFC, which is wild, Zenith. We were out here trying to solve our murder, and Zenith was like, how can I cook this? Soda Pop, I mean. Yeah, no, I got what you meant. It's the only time from K-pop Demon Hunters with any dislike from me, it's Soda Pop. That's just, I don't typically listen to that style of music, and that's fine. Soda Pop was not made for me, and that's okay. Hotable boyfriend, why do I know that? J-Train, if you remember the painful period in February of this year where the game just never fucking ended and we kept playing it, that's why you know that. The 3 genders, K-pop, J-pop, and Soda Pop. Damn. I wish... Okay, I say I wish. That's not what I meant. I had a short stint of a J-pop phase as well back in the day. Something about Kyari Paimu's Pon 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 just really did it for me back then. That's an addicting song. What type of animal are we dating exactly this time around? A man. A human man. Cove's actually not that bad. He's a man only in technicality. And I guess he also identifies as a man, but, like, that joke doesn't make sense. Never mind. Ew, human men. That's okay. Cove's one of the good ones. I typically listen to it well enough, so it's wild I dislike it so much. Maybe it's because the context of the movie, that's like the earworm manipulating everyone into liking them songs. You're like, no, I will not be got by this. Now that they were here, you couldn't help but feel just a bit curious. You wondered what kind of person would be living in the neighborhood for the summer. The taxi pulled to a stop as you expected in front of the now empty condo. It was on the same side of the street as your house, a few buildings further up. That's why we can't sit inside and watch from the windows. Without getting to his feet, Cove tried leaning and tilting his head to get a view of the passenger door as it opened. The single occupant exited the cab. Huh? You could feel what Cove was in that moment. After the last renters, this new visitor was definitely not exactly what you'd expected. Who the fuck is that? A part of me feared it might have been Jeremy. I would agree, but your idol has me in a chokehold, and that one's worse with the Demon Boys propaganda. Okay, I would say yes, but also it's got like a darker vibe to it that I kind of fuck with a little bit, unfortunately. And I saw someone on TikTok point out there's like an old classical song that's usually used for like villain songs that they use basically in your idol, and that's why it's so fucking good. Anyway, sorry. Bro, rolling up all cookies and cream, Oreo ass fit, moo. You got him. There's no recovering from this. May I also add, he's giving the Unis Honest YouTube channel, like, that man's going away in a year and we'll never see him again. Why do those human men look so beautiful? Whenever I look in the mirror, I look more like a protagonist of Hotful Boyfriend. Hey! The protagonist is literally us! Can't be that bad. Have you tried becoming an anime boy or being a 2D cartoon man? Because I fear that is where all the attraction lies. I'm sure you're not ugly. I just am not into men. I cannot wait for you to talk to this man. Why does he look like that, Kay? I deadass have a habit to hear my name at the beginning of your idol, and it messes me up every time. It jump scares me always. No, because... Oh, fuck. I need to track that TikTok down again. I need to send it to you. I need to send it to Kay and Shadow, the whole gang. A K-pop Demon Hunters group chat immediately. But, like, that is what the song is called, like, Desi something. Like, you are hearing your name. You are hearing it. Immediately. It was a young man, had to be close to your own age. He was dressed fully in an eclectic black, white, and gray outfit. Even his side-swooping hair matched the scheme. This was what I looked like when my hair was dyed teal and I would wear teal. This is just me circa January of 2020. Screaming, they're in my phone, they're in my house. They're in the fucking walls, Desi. Rest in peace. If we never hear from her again, we know it's because the Saja boys got to him. The only other pop of color was from something that couldn't easily be fashioned into submission. A pair of dark brown eyes. Well, you say that, but circle lenses exist. We could make that. I literally have the circle lenses to make this happen. They're at least not in my pants. I have better standards than that. To be fair, I'm also Arrow Ace. Desi, that's fucking crazy. That's really funny, though. That dude is so fabulous. He looks like a very weirdly early age Justin Bieber, but still. You know, I can't make fun of this man because I would absolutely wear this shirt today. Like, it would eat, I fear. Alright, his dark brown eyes, which you caught when he looked over at his audience. Hello, folks. Who might you be? We're the neighbors. Did we get up from Cove's front door, or are we yelling across the street? The smile already prominent on his face curled further. It was cocky, but you didn't get the impression it meant something adverse. Hallelujah. Okay. You and Cove shared a familiar look with one another, bewildered even further. The color-coordinated man left it there. However, with a firm click, he shut the door of his ride. Then he turned his back to you to retrieve a large, unsurprisingly black suitcase out of the trunk. I think this is... So, one of my friends had a friend that I'd never met before. And we met for the first time at a Ren Fair trip. And I fear this is what she felt like when she met me. Color-coordinated man is hilarious. It's very funny. I feel like I've seen you wear that shirt before. I do not have one like that, but it is definitely my vibe. He has that office shirt. That's crazy. Continuing on with his own business, he strolled forward and lightly tapped on the driver's side window with his knuckles, asking for them to roll it down. Gizmo, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing well. When it opened, he leaned down and rested his arm on the edge. You assumed he was thanking the driver for getting him there, considering he slipped them a tip during the brief chat. They shook hands, and then he pushed himself up and away from the taxi with both arms, giving the driver room to leave. The taxi pulled away, rolling carefully down the road and out of sight around the corner. The new renter had officially arrived. Not the rings. Okay. He left his suitcase on the ground, out of the way of the street, and sauntered over your way with the confidence of someone who had been invited to join. Okay. Cove is so fucking tall. Okay, anyway, sorry. Cove finally stood up to greet this person, and you followed suit.
Excellent.
I'm Baxter Ward. It's excellent to meet you, neighbors. I don't know how I feel about this man. You were standing on the side he was approaching from. When Baxter got close enough, he offered his hand to you first. Oh, because he was already standing. A low high five. Sure. Baxter made it work and twisted his hand to oblige your greeting of choice. I have mixed emotions about him. I think I'm still reeling from the whiplash of assuming it was going to be Jeremy, and I was ready to be mad. But then it's like, I don't know who this man is. I also have a pet peeve with how much people just go off on Gino as soon as we get revealed. Spoiler. Spoilers for K-pop Demon Hunter in the chat, by the way. Think about it as being ashamed about what he did, and that connects to the overall message of the movie. Yeah, I thought that was interesting. I thought that was really interesting, and it made sense. And it also foreshadowed his decisions, which I think is great. Not great that that happened, but like from a storytelling perspective. Keegan, welcome in. How are you? I hope you're doing well. Last one, not exactly slander. This is an Ace Attorney looking motherfucker. No, you're right. You're absolutely right, Barmy. I don't even care about Gino. I'm not biased. I just think people are only welcoming of people doing something they're ashamed of in the past when they didn't actually do anything. It's this desire to have every fictional character you like be upstanding and morally pure. I saw somebody on TikTok say that they were like, damn, I'm seeing new fans like Undertaker and Black Butler. And they're like, and then they followed it up with, I like him as a character, but I don't condone any of his actions. And it's like, buddy, you're reading the terrible people do terrible things manga. What are we talking about here? And like, also, he's not even the worst character. Easily one of the more morally upstanding characters in the series. Like, what are we talking about? The bar is that low, though, for characters in Black Butler, which is kind of crazy to see people try to, like, morality police the characters. I've played games like these with my girlfriend, and she's also laughing her ass off. I'm starting to suspect these games don't reflect real life. They do and they don't. They definitely parody it as well. He deserved it. He deserved it is crazy. Where are you and Hannah? Not in Sandrock right now. Oh, y'all better clock in. Okay, Kay, We did not see Jeremy again in the last portion of the game, but I did no, wait. We did see him, but I did not talk to him. We were at the boardwalk. It's not, I don't know what the shops. We were at the shops with Elizabeth and Derek and Cove, and we spotted him from afar, and we were like, "Ooh, let's look away." And so I didn't have to interact with him, and he left. Both of you should burn in the eternal pits of hell is crazy. I think the death is perfect for the movie, and everyone just saying they want Gino or even worse, the Saja boys to be alive is wild to me. Well, so the thing is, if you're assuming that what happened to them is no different than what happened to the demons that the girls fought at the beginning of the movie, they're not even fucking dead. They're just, like, banished. So, like, if you cared that much, like, girl, they're probably not even dead. They're probably being punished for failing, which might actually be worse, but not people trying to moral police the Kuro characters enjoyers. No, truly. Like, why are we picking Undertaker as the hill to die on? Yes, he's done things wrong, but, like, also in a series where there are characters that are literal offending pedophiles and people still like them, Undertaker is the least of our concerns. Like, what the fuck are we going on about? Why is this the hill we're fighting on? I don't know, I just thought the fact that he showed up once in a major way and then hardly ever again was odd. Okay, he might show up more in the DLC then, Kay. You kept asking me and it made me nervous that he might come up again, and I think if you were to interact with him, you would probably, like, maybe have gotten more. I don't know. In stream and play Ranked League. Trust, Keegan. When I in stream, I'm eating dinner and packing my bags to go celebrate my father's birthday. There is no Ranked League for me tonight. I'm sorry. Your granny is not dead. She's just banished. Well, you put it that way, slept on a Lego. My friend is really into polytricks, and I find them really cute as a ship, but I'm Arrow Ace forever happily single roomie believer. You could be Arrow Ace and still have that, like, queer platonic polycule. I see that more than polytricks if I, like, have to. No, not even if I have to. That's just canon to me. Packing your bags to log into League. Keegan, I can't. Happy birthday to your dad. Thank you. I'll let him know y'all said happy birthday. Why did I look at the screen only to see a human Monokuma cosplayer? No, yep. And may I also say, this is just a fucking Ranbu Dream SMP cosplay. The eyes, fucking, this is Dream SMP. Peaked early 2021. Am I wrong? You are absolutely not wrong. Your father's birthday is actually pretty close to mine. Oh, sick! Well, happy birthday, J-Train. Love that for you. Did I stutter? You absolutely did not. Baxter made it work and twisted his hand to oblige your greeting of choice. Hi, Baxter. I'm Mel. We've definitely not been talking about you for the past, like, 20 minutes. Hey, Mel. I am quite keen on getting to know you better this summer. We could be good for... If you don't give this energy to Cove, this is weird. I'll wait. From your other side, Cove made a sudden sputtering noise. And you are? He lifted his hand out to Cove next. Cove shook his hand, still eyeing Baxter carefully. I'm Cove. Baxter's whole demeanor lit up for unknown reasons. Keegan, why are we popping off? Your dad would want you to hit Emerald in League. He does not know what that means, but I'm sure he would. I'm sure you're absolutely right, Keegan. Unfortunately, that will not be happening tonight. Jealous. Look, I don't know who this man is, and he's being rather weird right now. I don't like this favoritism. Alright. Lit up for unknown reasons, his eyes shone as he studied Cove a moment. Who the fuck is this man?
Really?
Is that a nickname or your real name? It's just my name. That's a weird question to ask, I fear. Cove spoke mildly, having given that explanation many times in the past, but it clearly charmed Baxter all the same. He tossed his head to one side with a laugh. Your parents knew exactly what they were doing. I can't imagine a more fitting name for the face I'm seeing. Cove. That's gorgeous. Okay. Can he be our controversial third? Peak early 2021, having to wear face masks everywhere and not being allowed to leave your house after 9 p.m. Loved those times. Hey, I'm gonna be so real. I didn't leave my house. I don't think there were curfews like that where I lived. But I loved having to wear a mask. That means I didn't have to, like, actually mask my facial expressions. I could just exist and not be perceived. I loved it so much, it got to the point where, when I was still working, and my job lifted that, like, told us we couldn't wear masks anymore, I was actually, like, I was sad. Not in the sense of, like, damn, this is so unsafe, but in the, like, damn, I've gotten an emotional dependency on wearing a mask now because this feels so much better. I love not being seen. I say, knowing full well, I put myself on the internet all the time, but it's different. It's different. A freak, a bi freak. As long as he's being a freak to me and Cove, I'm cool with it. Maybe I could even learn to love it. But if it was just me, that's unwanted friction. I don't like this. Just notice this man is probably a member of Organization 13. What does that mean? If you take out the X and rearrange the letter, their name is Bear. This character is Monokuma's nobody from Organization 13. I did not get that far into Danganronpa. I didn't play any of the games, I fear. Actually, I say that far. I never went to Danganronpa. I just was really adjacent to the fandom. Freak for freak, and I love freak for freak. I just need the freak for freak to not be weirdo freak for someone who's kind of a freak for Cove, I guess. We forgot how to mask our facial expressions. Oh, absolutely. I quit that job not long after, for unrelated reasons. And I don't really, like, go anywhere other than, like, my parents' house. Or places where I'm pretty much only interacting with, other neurodivergent people. Pretty much. Like, I'm not saying you have to be neurodivergent to work at a bookstore. I'm just saying the last time I went to the bookstore, the person was, like, info dumping to me about the manga I was getting. And also, I feel like anime conventions have a very high population of neurodivergent people. Because, like, who the fuck else loves something enough to spend that much time and money to go to an event about how much you love this thing? And those places have never been scary to be perceived in for me. That's a Kingdom Hearts joke. I also never went to Kingdom Hearts. I'm sorry. I need to. I would like to one of these days. In Kingdom Hearts, there's a bunch of villains who are, like, different versions of the people they were as humans, and their leader rearranges their name and adds an X. That's wild. Okay, if he's gonna flirt with Cove too, this is fun. It's really not. Well, you're not gonna find your own name pretty, Cove. It's the name you've... No, I agree, it suits you. I don't know what to... He's taken... That feels kind of cringe. I've never been that... Okay. With the caveat that I'm on the Arrow Ace spectrum. I've never been that kind of person. What do you even say to this? After a noticeable pause, Baxter caught on that he made you both uncomfortable.
I'm sorry.
It wasn't intended to mean more than it did. I like your name, but you don't have to mind that. I'm patently against stepping on anyone's toes. He chuckled to himself. It seemed like there was some extra meaning hidden there in his words, and you noticed that Cove raised an eyebrow, picking up on that too. The green-haired dude is cute. The green-haired dude is our boyfriend. We've been official for an undiscernible amount of years. You don't have to be neurodivergent to work at the bookstore, but it helps. Listen, all I'm saying is most interactions that I've had at a bookstore have come off like that. The English localization totally screwed Kingdom Hearts over, by the way. Oh, rest in peace. Baxter wants to be friends so bad, but he's just so much. That's fine. I like Elliot from Stardew Valley. He's kind of the same. Baxter didn't even open his eyes to see your faces to know he had some filling to do. He stood up straighter, striking a slight pose with the position of his feet. I'm a ballroom dancer, hence the phrasing. Okay. Oh, I don't know much about dancing, but that's pretty cool. It's not hard once you get the basics down. Can I be polyamorous in this game? Or is he just gonna be like our weird friend that's a little too into both of us? Cove didn't look convinced at all. Baxter took that as a cue to keep talking. Of course he did. He grinned in a way that was rapidly becoming familiar to you. No, Polly, they hate to see us thrive. The green-haired dude reminds me of Yoshi. God, Yoshi's sexy as hell. The dinosaur? From Mario? I mean, that's absolutely fair. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same Yoshi. If either of you are ever looking for a partner, I'm available. Maybe don't word it like that if you don't mean it like that, Baxter. Cove peeked at you, smiling softly. You felt his familiar touch as he squeezed your hand for a moment. I already have a partner. Mel is the only one I'd want to dance with. Sorry, they're my significant other. You're both together? Yeah, we are. Now that's crushing, but it makes sense. I got here too late. Should have taken a semester off sooner.
I get it.
That's a joke, really. I didn't mean to intrude on anything. You have the offer. This is so fucking awkward. Cove is the guy I would dance with. We gotta match his inner— A freak! A super freak! It's the fact that he keeps freaking on us when Cove is clearly not down for these kinds of vibes. Like, it would be one thing if we were all being a freak, but we are not. And now it's just, like, kind of uncomfortable. I would just send you a bunch of video essays or something about Kingdom Hearts from someone talking about a lot of the differences in localization, and they're a queer man talking about Kingdom Hearts from a queer point of view. Oh, that would be fun. I have a friend who's also really into Kingdom Hearts, grew up with it, and I think that they would really enjoy that as well. I somehow I have more social awareness than Baxter, and that means a lot. To be fair, I'm only a freak with my friends I know very well, and even then, I'm not actually being a freak. We just joke about being freak for freak, but then never actually, like, say anything freaky. Alright, Cove is our guy. Baxter smiled and nodded understandingly, letting the subject go. Oh, not the ad cutting me off. Rest in peace, Desi. After that, there was a lull in conversation, and Cove attempted to fill it.
So...
I'm back, please repeat yourself. I was, what did it cut me off with? Okay, let me just rephrase. Please send the video essays. I have a friend that would love that. Also, the freak for freak. Love being freak for freak. With my friends, we call each other freaks. We never actually get freaky. Baxter needs to— the energy is not being shared in this group, and that's what makes it weird. I do think that there's a DLC that actually allows you to go through spicy scenes, so actually freak with Baxter? I actually don't know what I'm talking about. That's cool. I love that for this game. I cut you off with a friend. Okay, yeah, so I have a friend who's really into Kingdom Hearts. They grew up with the games, and I think they would enjoy those videos as well. I know with Cove, I don't know about Baxter. Good for them. Good for our main character in Cove. I'm kind of glad that's behind a paywall, because I was a little nervous about that, because I didn't know what to expect for intimacy in this game. But I also kind of figured it was probably fine without paying for it, because I've noticed a lot of visual novels that were made like after a certain time are they do not surprise you with that kind of thing. All right, what made this man decide on Sunset Bird? Oh, yes, well, my parents rented a condo, so I had a place to stay while I'm off for a semester from college, and not living in the dorms. There's a playful glint in Baxter's eyes as he continued.
Honestly.
Ideally, they wanted to send me somewhere that wasn't too exciting, but lucky for me, they picked the wrong street, considering the two of you live. We've already said we're not interested. Is he just like, is this just how he talks to people, or is, I can't tell. I need to see him interact with more people before I, like, truly decide. I like that you had the choice to add on the spicy scenes, and I think it's, like, I think it is, like, its whole separate DLC package by itself. I know A Date with Death is the same way. You can, like, buy the DLC, and then the Not Safe for Work stuff is an add-on, and even then, the choices that lead to the Not Safe for Work scene are very clearly marked, so you do not get surprised at all. You do not get surprised in that game, and I like that. I like knowing when things are coming, because it's weird being caught off guard. I think I've just described, like, just mild triggers. Very thoughtful. It is thoughtful. I don't want to be jump scared by random anime boy penis. I'm sorry. I just don't. I was playing, there's another dating sim I was playing. To be fair, I knew it was the Not Safe for Work version. I knew what I was getting into, but the scenes are sprung on you in a way where it's like, whoa, I wasn't expecting that. Like, literally within the first, like, 3 minutes of the game, you can be eat out by one of your best friends, and it's like, whoa, I literally just started this game. What the fuck is going on? And then the very next day, he is murdered. It's a very quick-moving game. It's a demo, so that's probably why. But it was, like, very shocking in the, like, I was not expecting that this soon kind of way. Oh, no! Yeah, I was like, you know, I knew what I was getting into, but at the same time, y'all wasted no fucking time getting here. I'd immediately put the game down. I was just sitting there like, you know the TikTok audio where it's like, oh, what are they fixing to play? And then, like, it's like this song that, like, just says the wildest shit. It's like, whoa, whoa. Like, that's what it felt like. Who the fuck starts a game like that? Listen, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with it. I was just caught off guard, and I don't like being caught off guard. No warnings, we get flashbang boobies like men. This might say more about me, and this might be something I need to unpack later. I would rather be flashbanged by boobies than flashbanged by, like, anime boy dick. I'm gonna be so real. There's a hierarchy of things I would rather see. I would be less upset about that. Okay. Baxter then preemptively lifted his hands up in front of his chest, giving the gesture of for meaning no harm. Then why did you say it? Does this man know how to talk? It's nice not to be the only one around my age, the neighborhood, for an entire summer. Nothing more. That was a story you'd heard before. The same one as when Lonely Cove and his dad moved in all those years ago. Cove wasn't relating still. You could have phrased it like that in the first place. That's what I'm saying. I don't feel the need to keep words of praise to myself, but they're not romantic come-ons. I see that you two are very much a committed pair. I'd like to be friends if we can, but that's all. It's okay. Okay, we can get used to it. If we know it doesn't mean anything, then it does genuinely not bother me. As long as it doesn't mean anything. Glad we're working things out. Shifting his weight to his other foot, Baxter tried to move forward.
So...
Which condo is yours? How long have you been living together? Girl, we just graduated high school. We're not living anywhere. Why does Baxter always look horny, even just in his facial expressions? He's the flirtatious character. He's the flirty character. What's this about getting flashbanged by titties? I see Zenith would probably agree with me. Living together is crazy. We're like, what, 17, 18 years old? Girl, be so fucking for real. I live with my moms. I'm gonna be for real. Once I finally got my own PC and could see adult content in peace, nudity doesn't faze me. No, that's fair. That's fair. And I think that's a very healthy outlook to have, and I think we should all probably, like, strive for that. It's just, I think there's a difference between nudity and, like, sexual content, and I don't like being caught off guard by sexual content. If I know it's coming, then it does not bother me unless it's just, like, overtly gross, but that's, like, my own personal issue. Yeah, I just don't like being caught off guard. But that's basically it. Poor guy just doesn't have any idea how to talk to humans. You know what? That's wild. You probably annoy a lot of people is wild. It's so funny. I would never say that to him. Well, not yet at least. I don't dislike this character. Oh, no. Cove sputtered again and unintentionally a laugh escaped you.
That's...
We're both your neighbors, but we live in different houses with our parents. As if second nature, the two of you pointed to your homes, the buildings directly across the street from each other. Baxter's eyebrows raised at that. Your neighbors who started dating? It is weird. I don't know. I've never spoken to my neighbors. I've never been neighbors with somebody around. Okay, no, that's a lie. When I was like 5, I had a neighbor that was my age, and we were friends. Please do come scream at me as soon as you watch the 12-Bound Hanacon episode in a couple of days. Oh, I absolutely will, Desi. I absolutely will. Gotta go now, but please have fun, everyone. Bye, Desi! Thanks for coming and hanging out. We will see you another time. What a couple of lovebirds. You're the backbone of romantic society is wild. Honestly, I hope you never break up. If you can make it work, there might be a chance for the rest of us. Thanks, Baxter. You knew Cove well enough to tell that there was a little bit of amusement in his expression, but he sighed in exasperation. Sometimes I feel like Cove is an elderly man trapped inside a youthful body. The backbone of romantic society. Also, thank you for the hydrate, Desi. Baxter really is just saying shit, huh? After that, you had no doubts about his claims of being complimentary. You were really starting to get a kick out of it. Well, if either of you are free, I'd be thrilled to hang out this summer, but we can save the scheduled talk for later. I should get my things inside. He gave a small nod of the head and flashed you both a dazzling smile.
Goodbye.
Goodbye for today. Bye. Cove gave a small wave as well. Bye, Baxter. See you. Baxter then turned on his heels and strolled back to his suitcase, picking it up and bringing it to his condo. You and Cove were silent as Baxter unlocked the door and disappeared inside the house. With him completely out of the scene, Cove let out a long breath.
Well...
I don't know how I'm gonna explain that guy to my dad. You burst into a fit of laughter trying to imagine the conversation. I feel like he would take it pretty well. When I played and wasn't dating Cove, Cove hated Baxter. Really? Was he, like, thinking that Baxter was gonna steal you up? Cove also had a chance. Well, I don't know. The way I'm interpreting this, Cove also had a chance. At least the job is done. We saw the new neighbor, and now we can go meet up with Terry and Miranda. Yeah, we should get going. You gave Baxter's condo one last glance over your shoulder. You're looking forward to seeing... Yeah, he's silly. Baxter was different, but you liked him. Smiling, you hoped that he would become a good friend this summer. He was jealous. Oh. I'm glad we're dating Cove in this part. I don't particularly enjoy jealous characters a lot. It's a very specific type of jealousy that I think can be fun in fiction, but that's usually paired with, like, a level of violence that does not fit this game. I imagine being in a relationship makes you less unsure than when you aren't, which, fair enough. No, that's fair. We go for real now, kisses and hugs. Real, I dislike jealousy too. I'm glad you get it. I said we were gonna finish this, but it is almost 10:30. I don't think we'll be beginning to hanging out with Cove's friends tonight. Turning your attention back to Cove, you pushed all thoughts of Baxter aside. You both started making your way towards town. I think now is a great time to save it. And we're gonna have to come back to this next week. It was hard for me to navigate balancing Cove's emotions and Baxter. Yeah, that would stress me out, Kay. That would stress me out a lot. Because, like, on the one hand, I like Cove. I would like for him to not be miserable. And if you were still building towards having a romantic relationship with Cove, then that's, like, a thing. But at the same time, it is not my responsibility to manage your emotions with this weird-ass man across the street. Like, girl, figure your life out, because this is not my problem. Maybe that's why I'm Arrow Ace. I think the world is actually better for me being Arrow Ace. That's fine. Cove was just sulky as a jealous person. That sounds miserable. I am very jealous, and I can't stand how you keep answering all those people. I thought we had a special thing going. Oh. Well. This is awkward. Okay, who do you guys want to raid tonight? June is having a Balatro moment. But we could also go see Amanda playing Final Fantasy, or my friend Tommy, who's playing Tetrio? I don't know what that is. Do you guys have any preference? So I don't want to double raid June unless you guys would prefer to go there. So if you have a preference, make it known. Otherwise, we are going June. Okay, we're going to June. Y'all are having a Balatro moment. Okay. I wonder, can you guys hear my keyboard when I'm typing? You cannot. OBS does not pick that up. Okay, never mind. My friends in Discord can hear it, but I have a filter on my mic in OBS, so you guys can't hear everything. Anyway, thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out with me. I hope you guys are enjoying our life as much as I am. I am not streaming this Saturday because I'll be out of town, but I will be back Tuesday with more Dragon Age Inquisition. So, you guys enjoy the rest of your evening with June, and I will see you all next time. Good night!